Hive. I see the chat now. Hell yeah. I love Hive Mind. I love when we all come together. Thank you so much. So now I see the chat. Anybody who joins the chat, please feel free to donate for a reading or even just vibe. I can see both chats now. Um, I know a lot of us are not used to it. The message that came through yesterday was we give a lot of flowers to the stars, but not to the support. We give a lot of flowers to the stars, but not to the support. I appreciate you so much, Sue. Thank you so, so much for letting me know. You're all amazing. Um, and what that means is we're not used to respecting or acknowledging the people who are the support, the people who have been in the background, the people who um, held the star when they needed to cry, the people who absolutely, absolutely courageous for the shout out. You absolutely deserve it. You're phenomenal. I'm so proud to reunite with you. We know what that's like. We know what it's like to praise the student and forget that a teacher ever existed. And I think when it comes to the work of social justice, when it comes to the work of building families, when it comes to the work of building healthy communities, we end up aspiring to the role of the star. And even when we're playing the role of the support, we're nervous. We don't feel loved. We don't feel supported. We don't feel seen. We don't know. And it's part of, we're told that part of the role of the support is not to aspire to that, not to want that feedback. But that's actually not very fair. And that the role of the star thrives on the feedback. And I think that this is a warping of the archetypes within us, you know? I think the most illustrative example for me, living example that I absolutely bow my head to, are the journalists in Gaza, the Gazan journalists, because on the way that all the tough decisions that happen while you're trying to literally survive, the worst that humanity can dish out, um, including the silence about it. And to have a big heart to say thank you and make attention to the positive, even when it's not from the people that are murdering you and that need to stop it. On top of all of that, you're trying to manage the fact that you're becoming a known face, you're becoming a star, that you're becoming a star as a role of support, as someone who delivers the news, as someone who is a truth teller. Um, which one of the two are we are we really seeing this person as a human being who lost most of their family, who lost health, who lost well-being while giving us that role? Or are we really seeing them for who they are, as people who are support and who need support and who are hopefully receiving support? Or are we just acknowledging them for the star part? Are we glorifying them? Are we detaching them? And are we giving them attention only when we see their face without thinking about what they are doing and are hopefully receiving? We should be happy they're receiving things, support behind the scenes. So this is something that's very important with us right now, to heal within ourselves the relationship of not feeling like you're wrong for aspiring to receiving support while you're giving support, while you're giving um, effort in what should be happening right now, which is collective liberation from colonialism that's robbing Gaza first and then all of us. Um, but I think it's also about undoing that part of yourself that always wanted to be a star, and the thought that that would be happiness. That's self accountability, the self love. Always, any kind of love, any kind of equality, always includes accountability. Don't ever let anybody fool you with that. It'll always include accountability. You know, I learned that the hard way. I learned it with students. Um, Letting students do whatever they want because they've suffered is no way to hold them equal. Is no way to hold them to their greatness. Even if they've systemically suffered, in the case of the school that I was part of, some of the worst that humanity has dished out and lost a lot of youth. But they haven't lost their core, they haven't lost their humanity. And I can hold them accountable to that. I can help them celebrate that, but also grow into that, right? Receiving shit from somebody more privileged than you does no good as receiving shit from somebody less privileged than you. I mean, there's moments of weakness that happen. I hear that. But to not build a relationship on that is actually saying, I don't see you as an equal. I see you as someone who will lose it and I won't lose it. It's not right. And at the same time, if you are giving yourself the license to lose it regularly because you are a representative, because you are an activist, because you speak on behalf of this or that, you miss the mark. You miss the mark. You split the support and um, the star. And at the same time, I think it's okay to mourn that you're not being the star right now. In a way, like it's time to pass on that spotlight. But I also like, in the personal sense, if you feel like you're not being acknowledged for, if you feel like, I shouldn't want this, but I sure would like someone to give me a hug and say thank you for trying. Thank you for trying to rescue a family member. Thank you for trying to help someone who's rescuing a family member. Thank you for surviving. Thank you for eating today. Thank you for studying. If you feel like you're craving that, I think it's okay to acknowledge that that's being collectively, like, we have to work so hard just to get a recognition and a seeing that we exist. And that's okay. That's okay to like mourn that. I'm going to read just your comment on YouTube. Yes, it's hard dealing with the ego and activism. I struggle with this a lot, especially with white entitlement, but I'm always learning from watching BIPOC and poor working class organizers. And thank you for doing that work. And thank you for doing that work. We're all like kind of like born with that curriculum. And what we do, the older I get, the more I realize what you do with the curriculum is more important than what curriculum you were born with. I really mean that. I know some people who are born with white privilege. I know some people who are born without it, and who have both made, even if you have very different access as a white person, definitely. I spent most of my life kind of being, hurt by that, and analyzing that and studying that. And then I got older and older and older, and I realized that there is what you do with that with time becomes more important than whether or not you have it. Both the privileges and the oppressions that have been dished out to you. I genuinely mean that. You see it now. There's people, a really close friend just messaged me a beautiful message. I adore them. And a new friend. I'm happy I'm making new friends in Florida. It took a minute. Um, I miss Portland. And before that, I miss New York. Before that, I miss Cairo. Um, I don't always miss the Florida when I was young. That was a tough time, but it was okay. Anyways, I don't want to derail too much. And I don't want to focus too much on one card, but I hope this message is helping. But you see it right now, and who's standing up for Palestine and who's not, and who is taking this as a serious, no words fit. I can say invitation, I can say duty, I can say just response. I'm just going to call it a human response. I'm just going to call it a response to undo all the layers of who they are in response to what's happening in Gaza, in response to the genocide in Gaza, and in response to the interconnected systems that lead to the genocides in Congo and Sudan, and that lead to the wars also in Sudan and in Ukraine. Like, these systems are interconnected, and we're seeing like a belly of the beast, the child of the belly of the beast, to an indigenous population that is at the heart of, located, yes, within Asia, but interconnected with Asia, Africa, and Europe. And its people, indigenous, look like the people of all three, and they're being massacred. And they have been massacred for 75 years. When did we know? When were we born? What did we know? Why did we know it the way we did? And everyone, like, are you doing that work? Are you doing that undoing? That's what matters more right now. Of course, what you're born with matters so much, and how it fed your ego and how it prevented you from your full humanity. If you were born with whiteness, if you're born with cis maleness, if you're born with the dominant religion of the time, if you're born with the dominant class of the time, if you're born with the dominant embodiment of the time, even within places that are struggling, there's people with privilege that mess up. We're human, you know? We're human. And within places with the most privilege, there's people who undo it and decolonize it. None of what I'm saying are excuses. If anything, the immediate guarantee that you are doing the right thing because you were born under a certain circumstance, it's no longer valid for me anymore. I don't want more respect because of, you know, the circumstances I was born for. And I want the scrutiny for my privileges, but I want the opportunity to prove otherwise and to work hard. And I want to take the losses if I messed up. Full human. With critical analysis, yes, but full human. Change your focus. 5 of Cups. Refusing to see 2 of Swords. Share the love, 3 of Cups. I don't know if this is a message for me doing the reading or if this is a message for you. Someone here, whether you are here now or whether you're gonna watch this later, and that someone could also be me, by the way. It doesn't have to be just one person. I think you're very hesitant to trust your heart on how much it wants to change your life right now. It feels way too drastic. But I hope you know that every drastic change happens in steps. And your heart is not asking you to trust the drastic change right now. It's just asking you to trust the steps. It's not asking for you to throw yourself head first, and to remember the traumas of maybe falling in love too quickly. Like it feels like you're being love bombed by your own heart and you're mistrusting it. When all it's trying to do is open up in response to the work that you have been doing within you. The powerful, powerful work you've been doing. So of course it's opening up, and of course it's seeing the world differently, and of course it's seeing possibilities for you that you may not have seen before. And it might feel like your heart is love bombing you. It might feel like your heart is tough loving you. You just don't know whether to trust it, whether it's like a neural response or it is your heart. I feel like the message that is coming on now. Let's go. This really, I'm surprised by the message. The message is coming on right now. It's genuinely loving you. It's sitting down with you. It's dishing out a lot fast. It is dishing out a lot fast because the amount of carnage is a lot fast. And your heart is working and it's responding and it's opening and it's protecting you and it's loving you and it's guiding you. So it's giving you a lot of ideas on how to change your life right now. And you're like, how do I even determine the validity of this? Trust your heart and take it step by step. Let the transformation happen internally, the behavior follows. You're having a growth spurt. Treat it like that. You're having a growth spurt. It happens very gradually that you don't notice it in the mirror, and all of a sudden 6 months later you look so different. That's what's happening, and it's beautiful. And all you're being asked to do is to wake up the next day and show up back for your heart. Trust the steps. Don't feel like you need to rush it. Don't feel like you need to rush it. And don't ask of others to rush it either, I think is another message. I don't know if that's helping. You might think that that's helping the our collective liberation, but maybe other possibilities are more helpful, like leaving them, honestly, or and you want to take them with you, but that's part of the loss. It's part of the sadness. Sometimes you're building a healthier world for people you can't even take with you to that world. Not yet. And you got to commit to the world within you and those who have who know that every single human being deserves this dignity, including yourself. And you got to build that with them. And even if there are people you are building this world for them, that you are not building it with them yet, you might need to hit pause. Don't feel like you gotta rush them. It's not how it works. I'm gonna wait to see if anyone would like a reading. Please let me know in the chat if this was helpful, if you needed to hear this. Please, please, please let me know if this is something that, if any of these messages resonate. If they don't, in what ways they resonate. Please definitely let me know. Hey, Jonavi. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Creatress. Really, really appreciate it. And I found your channeling work very helpful too. It was at a time when I couldn't comment because my account was suspended. Everyone on Instagram here on YouTube here, everyone on Instagram, please, please follow Jonavi Veronica right now. Please, please follow Jonavi Veronica. Biggest shout out. I don't know what to talk about first. How incredibly gifted and big a heart you are as an artist or as a person. I want to break down a little bit and help everyone here. Please join Jonavi. Please listen to Jonavi's songs. Please follow Jonavi's work. If you're in Portland, please show up for Jonavi's benefit concert for Palestine. Please keep showing up. Please keep showing up for Jonavi. The way that Jonavi's showing up for you right now with their work is so, so powerful. So everyone, please follow her. Please. Please. One of the first people ever that I sang with when I decided to sing again, years and years later in my 30s. And you trusted me. You trusted my steps. Okay. I could talk about you forever. Everyone follow Jonavi, please. Everybody that's gonna hop on who does something, listen, I'm gonna shout you out. Just to let you know. I'm gonna shout you out. Don't cry in the bath now. Unless they're good tears, baths are good for release. So I had some things for you all today. While I see if you want more collective readings or if you'd like to donate for an individual reading, if you have a question. If it is a donation, I'm suggesting 15, but anything that you can offer will be great. Just letting you know, anything you can offer will be accepted with a full heart. And we're gonna do either one or two questions. You take your pick, because sometimes I feel like you can do one question. Sometimes it feels like I'm confused between two. I don't know which one to pick. Ask the two. That's okay. I love you too. I like that. I like that it's a conscious cry. I'm very honored to be part of that conscious cry. Until then, until we do more readings, I have a whole bunch of books that I can read from. I can do more collective readings. I lit some frankincense for us. I was gonna light a candle. I didn't have time, but maybe I'll light it later. I actually had an idea a while back when I left teaching to do like a sort of to do like a, I don't know how to describe it. I used to be goofy and called the Brown Mr. Rogers, but what I meant by that is the work that I was doing as a teacher, but to do it for adults on a live stream. And I still think about doing it where I'm delivering some of the hardest, most poignant, and most difficult aspects of being human, the real history. The real history, as much as that can be done, and the realest tools of analysis of history that I've ever been able to find, whether it's from my graduate work or from living or my work, as a teacher, whatever it may be, as a working class person. Again, I used to say formerly, I'm back to it, back to the struggle, and that's humbled, whatever it may be. But the way that I used to deliver it for students, where it's still with heart and it's still with love and it's still knowing that, like, some of the things I'm sharing I could die for, and I'm saying that with a tender heart, and young people respond so well to that. Adults, to be honest, not all. I'm more discerning with adults, but I thought about doing a channel for that. Shout out Gardenia Works. You can see them in the chat. Gardenia Works is a phenomenal poet. one of the most phenomenal artists that I have met since I moved to Orlando, since I moved back to Orlando. One of the most amazing, just amazing, amazing poets and people that we got to talk privately a couple of times, and is building an entire network right now to support artists who are talking specifically about social justice movements. Thank you for doing this work. It takes a lot of fundraising. It takes a lot of, again, remember that message of the hero. Sorry, what was it? The star and the support. And people, when we give them more credit for doing the star work, but are we really seeing their support work? And it can be the same person, right? Or are we giving flowers to the people who do the support work? Um, and Gardenia, to me, does the work of both. Follow Gardenia right now, whatever part of the world you're from. Please follow Gardenia underscore works right now, right now, right now. Everybody I'm shouting out here, I hope I'm not being like awkward in the way that I'm like, you're like, I came here to sit in the background. And Miriam's putting me on blast, but it's love. It's love. It's love for you. It's love for what you do. Beatrice, thank you so, so much for the donation. If you have a specific question, please feel free to drop it in the chat. You already are Gardenia. You already are living up to it. I know I haven't known you for that long, but it's so easy to see. It's so easy to see. Hi, Lady B. Thank you for joining us. Really sweet to see you here. But yeah, feel free to drop a question in the chat, Creatress. If it's private, feel free to, you have my private information. If you even message me on, well, I might not get a signal alert. I would say either DM on Instagram, or if you're okay with sharing the question here and I can start doing the live reading now, I got you. And thank you, thank you, thank you for your donation so much. I appreciate you. All right, everybody here and everybody here. I'm going to switch into a poem. And then I'm going to do either another collective reading or see if someone has a question. Thank you. Okay, Creatures has a question. So I'm going to do a very, very quick poem from here. And then Creatures, I got your question. Sounds good? Good flow? Sending love to everybody here. So if I say anything in Arabic in the middle, just know I'm praying. I'm Muslim by faith, and I'm praying because that keeps my heart pure and that keeps me consistent. Thank you so much, Sue. I'm going to thank you so, so much, Sue. Thank you for your donation. Thank you so, so, so much again. Really appreciate you. And I hope you don't mind. I always feel awkward because of where we live in capitalism. I feel like I want to say where the funds are going. Thank you for trusting me. If I don't say, I don't like talking about, it's not even my stories, sometimes my stories, but I don't like commodifying the stories of how we do activism. All I'm going to say is some of it did take money from me. Hey, that's should from all of us, honestly, until hopefully money's obsolete. I don't know, but for however long it is, it's about how we use it. So thank you so, so, so much for donating, anyone who can. And thank you for being present, everyone who can and everyone who wants to be here. I found this poem. It's a medium length. Says how long it's gonna be, and then I'm gonna get to Creatus's question, and then to Sue's question. I'm gonna read the English, and then it's a little dim. Okay, it's back. I'm gonna read the English, and then I'm gonna read the Arabic. The Arabic is formal Arabic, which I can be awkward at reading. Any Arabic speakers here, don't judge, or I mean you can. I need to get better. Again, this is from Al-Ta'limat Bid-Dakhil, Instructions Within, by Ashraf Fayyad. And I love that this book is big and thick and bilingual and is a manual for the heart. I really love that idea. Light and heavy, they suck out all the flavor. All different things will be backed with the smell of mixed sweat. Come here. Come here and breathe and keep on. Sand grains, semen drops, blood mixtures, lumps and bones piling up. Meat at different prices of unknown tastes. Oof. Condemned by all customs and traditions of night entering, and the interpretations of humidity post entrance. Come here and breed and keep on sand grains and serial numbers. and semen drops and other numbers. It's a great critique at how the commodification of diversity, the commodification of how people look. I love that. I love how that was written. Someone's gonna laugh. I'm gonna try to read it in Arabic, and then we're gonna do the reading. خفافا وثقلا يمتصون النكهة كاملة. مختلف الأشياء ستدعمها رائحة العرق المتمازج. اهبطوا واهبطوا وتناسلوا وتعاقبوا. حبات تراب نطف أمشاج مضغ. أخصى علي I didn't know how to say it. مضغ وعظام تتكدس ولحم مختلفة أثمانه. لا يذوقون فيها إلا النكهات المجهولة والمستنكرة على وجوه الأعراف. وكل تقاليد ولوج الليل وتفسير رطوبة ما بعد المدخل. اهبطوا وتناسلوا وتعاقبوا. حبات تراب أرقام متسلسلة. I love that the first poem was soft and the second one is like a sharp critique. Creatress, I'm going to do a quick prayer and then I'd love to answer your question. Your focus is on the next 3 months. I have a disclaimer about time too, but I'm going to share it at the end to get to the reading first. Welcome all 3 people who are on YouTube and 4 on Instagram. Sending love to everybody here. This will be going on for a while. Join me for comfort. And the kind of comfort that puts fire under our ass. It's the only place where I find comfort. And I know a lot of us feel that way. And I hope this live will be a place where you feel like you can actually be. For sharing that with me and allowing me to share that with you. Because it's hard to find places like that right now, at least in the parts of the world where we are speaking English. I love you all. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. صدق الله العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. For the next 3 months, I'm saying your real name in my head. Sue, I saw the comments. Thank you. Johnny, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I can't wait to read for Johnny. And I'm so excited for who just joined the chat. I don't care how long you stay. I miss you. The space between here and the moon times like 800 plus like all of the subway routes in New York. That's how much I miss you. And I hope you're well. And you know who you are. Yes, hello. Okay, so I see crown chakra. And I'll show you all the cards. Oh, 3 cards came up pretty easily. So this is your first one, creatures. Second one. Third one. Okay. The message that's coming in immediately is I think you're hesitating to let go of someone or of a certain, maybe it's even if it's not someone, it might be a certain pattern of attachment to people. I don't think it's a specific person. It might have been a specific person in the past. If it is a specific person, it's someone that you've already let go of and is coming back. And it might be in a personal capacity, or it might be in some kind of capacity of organizing, for example, activism or professional. But there's someone that you're hesitating to let go of. And the answer may not be to let go of them completely, but to let go of the relationship, the specific relationship that you have to them. That will that will necessitate boundaries, and that's beautiful. But there is a letting go that you're encouraged to continue to do, because you can feel that your spiritual path is about to change a lot, whether it's a certain religion or a certain practice or a certain other. I think there's other things you want to do besides what you do right now spiritually. So if you do, you're a phenomenal channel. I think there's more that you want to do. Maybe there's more certification. There's more, and I think there was like a lot of logistical um, blocks. But there's also like a sense that you really want to prioritize um, getting to the other side of that and being able to do more and wanting to do more. And I think you're talking about the crown chakra. Your love for the inner children and people, and maybe a literal child, is so awake right now. Your love for children worldwide is so awake right now. Seeing the human beings as children is so awake right now. And I think that there is like, um, and elders, I heard. I think there's a way that, alhamdulillah, I think there's a way that like your heart opening is demanding more wisdom and more knowledge from you. And I think you will focus on acquiring that knowledge and that wisdom more than over investing in relationships that you feel you're outgrowing. And I think for the next 3 months by the summer, um, you're going to be very proud that you know less people, as tough as that will be. You'll know more people by name, more people will know you by name, and you'll know less people personally, even less. If you've already been doing that, I think it's going to happen even more. I hope this was helpful. I don't know how much it resonates. I really love hearing feedback, honest feedback. It's one of the most, and I cherish it. The honesty is its own gift, more than agreeing or disagreeing with me or saying the reading it was helpful. So thank you for that ahead, and I would love to know your feedback. Yeah, the magician came up for you. Like you're very much supported in accelerating some kind of effort or some kind of new skill or new practice or new way of practicing what you do. Um, you're just like you have the four tools. You know, the magician, the way, where's the cover? The way the Rider Waite magician has all pentacle, sword. Wait, I'm pointing the wrong way. Sword. Um, cup. Oh, cup and sword is here. Cup and sword is here. Wand and pentacle. All four. Connect with people. Thank you. Yes, I always connect with people's inner child when I read for them. Thank you for that. No, for sure. Thank you, Courageous. And maybe we can exchange. We can do an exchange at some point. I know I'm behind on responding to you. Thank you, everybody who's joining. Hi, everyone who's joining. Yalla. Let's go into the next reading. So I think the next person was Jonavi. Are you still here? Let me see if you're on this side. Yeah, Jonavi, you're still here. So let me know. Mohammed, why you gotta make me blush, man? Why you gotta make me blush? Allah yakrimak. Allah yakrimak. We're all royals. We're all servants and we're all royals. I thank you for that. Thank you for that understanding, creatress. I really appreciate you for that understanding. Jonavi. So no specific question, love? You got it. Would you like a general? I don't want to use the cards with you, actually. Is that okay? Was that intimidating? I don't want to use the cards with you. I started to do readings where I don't use the cards, or alhamdulillah, that was honestly my goal. I didn't want to depend on this tool. We didn't grow up using that. We grew up using coffee grounds, and so it always felt weird to like take a tool that I didn't grow up with. As much as I'm grateful for it. But okay. So general reading, I might take a card or two, but I'm gonna just tune in. and get that general reading for you, Janavi. I'm gonna look this way now because I'm looking at the space that the person is joining from. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna pray a little bit. Everyone, you're welcome as you are. You're loved as you are. Please don't judge my process. And I just want to say that as a disclaimer. And if you do, I'm open to hearing it. But after, no one shared anything negative. I just felt a vibe, and that's okay. And inshallah, we're all going to listen to each other until all of our practices evolve together collectively. Thank you so much, Angela. I'm going to promise your reading is next. Thank you infinitely for donating. Thank you so much. And inshallah, I'll do your reading right after. Janavi, you ready? All right. However that you tune in, I'm going to tune in with you right now. I welcome you to do the same. Let's go. Like I said before, everyone, please follow Janavi, amazing musician. Even like outstanding musician, even more outstanding a human being. I hope that says everything. The general message that I got is struggling with who to reach out to when you need to be heard, when you need support. Being very proud for the way that you extend support and not wanting to change a thing about that, but wanting to change some things about the reciprocity of it. And so many of us are put in that place in this world. And I'm not saying that out of minimizing it. I'm saying this as a form of crisis. And I'm very proud to kind of report and intuit that even that you haven't let it discourage you from being the most honest version of yourself with yourself. Or for me, I would say something like Allah, like whatever, something like Allah. Sorry, I said it that way. The word itself, I would say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is what I call the being of all beings and within all beings. But you haven't watered down any of who you are within yourself. You've been very careful about not developing internal distractions or coping patterns that are unhealthy or that are not authentic, and to be entirely raw and real within yourself. There's sometimes a waiting of who can I share that with, or when can I share it with the person that I know I can always share that with them. I know I can always share that with them, but life is not putting us in a place right now where we have the time to share it with each other. And I don't feel real. I feel like this feeling of like almost being like a ghost that is flesh and blood and present, but we all need someone to be present for us to feel real, and none of us should feel guilty about that. I know the majority of human beings outside of Gaza right now who are present with their heart are feeling guilt. And I think it's carrying a collective guilt. I think even if personally we've been doing, living in ways that are counter to oppression, and has been speaking up for Palestine before, or are connected to Palestine in some way, might be even Palestinian or part Palestinian, part of the diaspora ourselves, best friends, loved ones, neighbors, all different forms of connections. No matter how much we've questioned the world, so many of us are questioning it far more right now, and know that we've been part of patterns or things that right now we would never go back to again. Again, even if we've been doing all the things I just said. So there's a guilt for that. There's a guilt in releasing that. But the point of it is to release it. And I think that there shouldn't be a single ounce of guilt for anyone feeling that they need community right now. Because that's exactly what's being attacked in Gaza. Um, this is a community of indigenous people to a land at the intersections of Asia, within what we call Asia, but Asia, Africa, and Europe. And the people there look like all three and have been there for thousands of years. And a country like America, an empire like America, that built itself on exactly what we are trying to never repeat that mistake and not say the word Israel again, because it's already happening where I'm from, where I'm here, you know, not to make that happen again, because it's reparation to nobody. The people who started here were religiously abused in Europe too. It didn't repair anything. It didn't repair anything. Um, and at the same time, the healing of that comes from having mutual nervous systems, mutual tuning forks, someone who listens to you the same way you listen to others. The same way we listen through our music or through our creation, the same way we listen through doing tarot. And I struggle with that. And it makes me feel sad that either you and I are going through a similar thing while we're so close as friends, or I'm projecting and you can tell me out live or you can tell me privately. um, and I love you either way. Um, your heart is so big and you don't want to reach out because you don't want anyone to carry your pain. Um, but the fact that it's our collective pain means that you deserve to carry it with others, and to let those who are telling you, please tell me, or even if it's one person, please tell me, please tell me, please tell me, tell them. They respond differently now. They're not gonna run. They're not gonna doubt themselves. They're not gonna, their shoulders not going to quake if you want to cry on it. Not this time. They've been altered too. And you're being called for all of this immense beauty within you that you're so clear about and so honest about, to be shared, to shine through your eyes, and to be heard and cared for, to be supported, not just to give support. And if you're called to do a cover song, that can be a good idea. It doesn't all have to be straining your heart with new creative work. If you're giving voice to a cover song that fits the time, that screams across the miles back to Gaza right now, and to all of the ancestries you're connected to and the healings you're connected to, I don't know why I felt like saying that. Do the cover song. I'm reading Jonavie's comment quietly because it feels gentle. It doesn't feel like something to read out loud, but we all can read it, but still, hope it's okay. I'm doing that. Yeah. It's awkward. It's awkward. I remember we connected in 2021 when the genocide escalated on Gaza in 2021. I think it was May or March. And we were all connecting. And I remember us talking about, Genevieve, I remember talking about how a lot of the parents that are recording their kids before possibly all being bombed and sharing that with us, and why they haven't done that before and why they're doing that now. And now we're at the point where it's a resistance strategy for a lot of Gazans. And, you know, there was a lot, at least the few conversations I had with people who have been through that, a lot of internal reservations about, like, this is a big act of trust to you, to me, that I'm holding my literal kid. And with the other hand, you know what I'm choosing to do? To trust us with what's happening outside of it. That took years to want to take that risk, to see it as a tool of reaching out, to see it as a tool of resistance, see it as a tool of receiving support. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you remember when we had that conversation? It was so long ago. It feels like so long ago now. It was like 3 years ago. But imagine, I can't imagine. I never like what that, just that technique of reaching out. And when was it inspired to have that be the technique of reaching out? Even if the technology was there, for cell phones have been there for a while, you know? And it's different filming from afar as a method of resistance versus this is different. This is your deepest, your kid. This is different. And these are strangers. You know what I mean? So let the method find you. And that goes for all of us. I mean, I get so confused. This is hypocritical if I say it so confidently. Reaching out is it's tough. It's tough. And I'm going to take that channeling message for myself too, letting the method of reaching out find you. Yeah. That made me miss you. I mean, I already miss you. But yeah, I feel that kind of you. Yeah. The method of reaching out, the way of reaching out, it'll find you. The way of finding love right now, the way of cultivating love, it's so different and it will find you. John, if you let me know if you like the reading. Um, I sounded so professional just now. Let me know if you like the reading. Miss you, bud. We should talk. Jonathan, we should talk. That's my non-professional message. It sounds like we both have a shared struggle right now and we should talk. No pressure because time difference and all of that adds a lot, but I'll message you. Even if we leave voice memos back and forth and try to keep it at I know we want to share 1 billion minutes with each other, but keep it at a minute just out of like whatever it is we both decide. Let's decide. Let's come up with a way to communicate and communicate. I would love that. Let's come up with it. Let's let it find us. Let's manifest this reading right now. I love you. Angela's next. Angela, you still here? Are you here? Are you here? I would love to talk soon too. I wish I could send hearts like participants, but I can't. Thank you so much. Thank you, Angela. Again, thank you so much for the donation. Let me know what question you have. Let me know what you'd like the reading to be about. Oof. All right. So this live is going to end in a minute. So are you okay, Angela, if I click out of it and then go back in just so it doesn't exit? Is that okay? I'm going to wait till I get a thumb up from you. I'm going to just exit, go right back in. I'm not going to take too long. It'll take probably 1 minute. And then I might switch it up, actually. I think we should read from Palestinian poet Suhair Hamed. I think she will be next. Creators, thank you so much for saying that. Thank you so much. And thank you for your presence. And thank you for your energy. Thank you for every hug we've shared since I've been back. Thank you so much. And I look forward to more. I really look forward to spending more time with you. We started from a very old place. We need to, I cherish that. And I want to talk more about Suhair Hamed. It's kind of weird the way it happened. I really want to talk more about Suhair Hamed because she's been actually going live on Instagram. And it's again, Going back to that star and support message. This is someone I've seen as a star since I've known you, creatress. So I was in my early 20s when I discovered her. Um, and to see her live be a person, we're gonna get cut off. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hi, everybody on here. I'm going back live on IG. One second. But for Sayed Hamad, she was one of the most inspiring poets in English for me, Palestinian American poet. She's also an actress. She's been in the movie Salt of the Sea, if anyone had seen it. I think, oh God, that's way too much. I think we're ready to go live here. But she's been in the movie Salt of the Sea, if anyone had seen it live. If anyone had seen it, it was on Netflix for a while. And she's just probably the first, I wouldn't even just say Palestinian American. I would say like the first Arab American person I've seen on American television being celebrated. It was with the Def Jam Poetry Slam, and Suhair Hamed was everything. And I still taught her work with my students up to this year. And she's a big inspiration for me. I saw her once. I ran into her 12 years ago in New York. I'll never forget that. And I told her she was one of my heroes. I told her everything about the way I look, the way I sound, the way I think, the way I write wouldn't be here without Sayyid Hamed. I told her that. And all she said very gently was, Allah Maki, God be with you. And she was so sweet and she was so gentle. She wrote a powerful book called, she wrote a lot of really powerful books. The one that she got mostly known for was Born Palestinian, Born Black. And she talks about being Afro Arab or Arab and read as both Black and Arab. And like, there were any books that, like, now there's so much resources on that and conversations about that. Back then it was non-existent. But Suhair Hamed, I think your tagline is your favorite rapper's favorite poet. She's just really powerful. And I have one of her more obscure books, and I think it'll be really cool to read from it in the next interlude. But first, we have a reading for Angela, who's been so patient. Angela, please feel free to drop your question. I know that I think you're on here on IG. By the way, welcome everybody on IG and on YouTube, my first live. This is an idea that I'm hoping I'm going to grow where I'm doing a classroom for adults. So I'm giving you exactly the same methods of both truth telling, and sometimes it's rough, but truth telling, and gentle community loving that I've given to children for so many years, and to give it for adults, to be almost like a brown Mr. Rogers for adults. And I think it's something that I really would love to do. And, inshallah, in this moment of working class hustle that I left a long time ago and now I'm back into it, um, I'm being creative with the struggle, and that's an idea I had. And I just I hope you're enjoying some part of it in a way that makes the rest of your night more present and more here, in a way that makes you have a love affair with the fire under your ass rather than feeling that you need to forego it or to be irritated by it. That holds your heart like an ember, but also like a cool place to calm all of the fires of this world right now. Um, and a place of honesty and a place of integrity and a place of joy with that, where you feel like you're not compromising a single piece of yourself to watch this live. I mean, I really hope so. Um, General reading, I got you. Um, Definitely got you with the general reading. Before that, it's time for a shout out. Everybody, everybody, just like the last couple times, everybody follow Vessels We Are. Everybody, everybody, everybody on IG. Follow Vessels We Are. Hi, Vita Strepo Roads just shipped me a beautiful gift that I received yesterday, and your presence is a gift by itself. Your scholarship and your poetry and the way that you do community care is unlike. It's so unique to you. It's so incredibly unique to you. Take your time, Genevieve. Take your time, love. You you're always here. And everybody follow Genevieve. Like I said, phenomenal musician. Um, and I planned today to read a little bit from Heidi's book. Was one of the books that I gathered today. We'll do Suhair Hamed first. Breaking Poems is one of her more obscure books. Instructions Within or Talimat بالداخل is literally one of my favorite poetry books. The idea of a manual for the heart that's bilingual is out of this world beautiful. We're gonna do Suhair Hamed, Palestinian legend. And today in the roster, we're gonna read some poems by Heidi, and I hope you all discover her work. I hope you all discover the place that they unlock within all of us. Let's go, Angela. I'm gonna do my little prayer. Um, all love and unconditional just presence for everybody here. How you pray, how you tune in, how you close your eyes. I'm gonna do my version of that. Angela, you ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Thank you, Ya Allah. Thank you for helping me maintain my faith in my own way, regardless of who saw it and who didn't, how others saw it, while still sending my way community. Thank you. Shout out to Imam and historian Butch Ware on IG. Butch Ware. Imam Ware. Imam Bilal Ware. Butch Ware. Butchware. Alhamdulillah, I'm very grateful for him. Anyways, hell yeah, Angela. I'm gonna try to tune in without the cards first. Okay. I remember we shared a little bit, so I know a little bit about where you work and certain things were maybe like 9 months ago now. Oof, time. What up, New York homie? Hi, Celeron. Thank you for joining. Angela, I think like there was one or two experiences that might sound mundane. It might have been with a patient, it might have been with a person you were helping, but I think it was like scary. I think there was something about it that led you to like, you know, there's a way that you're taking a step back about how do I care for Angela right now after this experience. It doesn't have to, and also to not let it like dominate your thinking. So beautiful that you're starting on this healthy process. I think there is like internal healing, like I don't know how to say it. There's like a transformation that you're trying to go in as a person. I hate the words like spiritual and whatever. Like these words can be cliche, but there's changes that you're trying to make within you about who you are and about how you live this life. But you feel like they need time. I don't know if it's a certain like being part of a certain church or a certain institution. I don't know if it's therapy, whatever it is. There's something that you need for you, and you feel like I just can't commit to it right now because it would take time, and with my work and with what I do in life, it's not going to work. Um, but I think there's like a calling. I think that calling inside of you is big enough already. So even if you're not doing the things every day, the frustration that you're not doing the things every day is a sign that you're spiritually growing, is a sign that you're feeling more, is a sign that you're becoming a bigger house of justice and love out here. Trying to find a spiritual community, but my travel work makes it hard. I feel that. I feel that. Travel work is its own sacrifice, and night work and third shift. Um, what I would say is like the frustration is its own calling. That's what it's feeling like to me. The frustration is its own calling. I don't want you to be frustrated. I don't want you to feel it. But the frustration is an invitation that you really want this and you're going to find it. And you got to have faith that, at least for me, um, I grew up with the beautiful idea of like, which can be hard, seeing so much injustice. But I try to remember by myself of that. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. It's like another way of like God doesn't give you something you can't handle type thing. So whenever there's a struggle or a frustration or an agony, a longing, it's because we are called to handle it, to be big enough for it, and to be big, to be bigger, to be big, to be bigger hearts, bigger minds, bigger wisdom, so that we can accommodate this calling and fulfill it. So if the calling is finding a spiritual community while traveling, that's know that you're sending the vibes out already. And I hope that reminder takes precedence over the frustration, because frustrations are not good to feel. Mm. I see that you sort of are not like specifically looking for a partner right now. There is something, I feel like the relationships that you have in your life are so far feel like they're working out for now. There's a for now to it. There is some kind of aspiration with someone for something deeper, and that's very, very beautiful. And if I'm not right, then I'm not right, then I'm wrong. So whether it's a specific person or whether it's aspirations you have within you, you want something deeper with someone, and you love the idea of building a family. And at the same time, you're very wise to like surround yourself with the relationships right now that feel most supportive for where you are now as the start, because nothing deeper can build without that. And it's very, very wise when more of us acknowledge that. I need to follow that advice. I'm not the best at that. I think there's um, rest that's coming, and I think the rest is really important because there's things about who you are that you feel, man, the kind of person that I am, I should care about. Like I care about what's happening in the world more. I just don't have. I just, you know, I don't want to be part of the cycle kind of thing. There's like this question of, I don't want to be part of the cycle. I don't want to be part of the cycle. And you know that you are not. You know that you've worked very hard to reach a degree where you're not. It's not about that. It's not about the work that you do. It's more about you feel like you normally, when you sit with yourself, know more or engage more on certain um, things that are happening right now. And inshallah, just know that, like, again, every every frustration that you have is an itch from a big heart. It's an itch from your big heart. Just know that it's a sweet thing. It may not feel like it in the moment, but it's a sweet thing, and it's inviting to your life the people and the time and the place and the space of rest from work, the days off, whatever it may be, um, for that itch to translate into an expansion of heart that you already are and that you already have. It's just knocking at the door. I think that's the message I have. Um, Looking for a partner but not trying to rush. Yes, exactly. That was what I felt. Yeah. Yeah. The space in your heart is open for the space in your heart is open for more things than your schedule is accommodating right now. That seems to be the summary of the reading. The space in your heart is open for different forms of presence and relationship than your schedule is accommodating right now. And that's okay. That's tough. It's its challenge. And at the same time, it's a signal that um, there's more that awaits what you will do with this gift of life, with the resources, with the questions that you are. There's more on the other end. There's surprises. There's ways that you will still surprise yourself and fall in love with yourself more. Inshallah. that you will act on in ways in the world. Something about children keeps coming up. Maybe even help with children that are not your own. There's ways that you will. There's so many ways that you will surprise yourself still. I think that's such a comforting message, and it's coming. Just keep, every time you feel the itch, know that it's an invitation instead of a stagnation. Know that it's bringing about that change. I hope that message was so like gentle and sweet, but also so simple. So I hope it didn't feel like, you know, that's not enough of a reading or something like that. And if it did, I'm happy to dig into a second question. Please let me know. Um, and flows, thank you. So you wanted more of a general? I got you. I got you, flows. So flows is next. Lady, I want to read your feedback. I don't, yeah, I don't want my own kids, but I always find them. That was what I felt. I felt like you'll do, I feel like you will be, you know, I'll go to a limit and say that you'll be called to do something with kids without that are not your own at some point. And it will be a moment that will um, touch you deeply and probably lead to permanent change. And I love that. I love that. There's some experience around that I'm feeling. I don't know why. Angela, thank you so much. Flows, I'm gonna do your general reading. I'm gonna do the poetry intermission very quickly. Um, Transitions are awkward for me because I always want to send a billion gratitudes. Just know that, Angela. Thank you for your presence and for your energy and for trusting me. I'm gonna read a quick poem from Suhair Hamed. Please know Suhair Hamed's work. Butter Phoenix on Instagram. Butter Phoenix, yeah, who is going live pretty frequently right now. And it's interesting to see the person who was my star for about little short of 2 decades now, be the person of support, offering and receiving support as a person on live. Um, Love her and grateful for her. If you've seen Salt of the Sea, the movie, she was also the star. If you've seen Def Poetry Jam, this is when I first saw her, and was a revolution. Pretty much instantly happened when I saw her. So this one came up. These poems are all called break. So they're taking the almost like the hip hop tradition of breaking a record and doing it with words. So it's like almost like chopping and screwing English in a way. And this is break for love. There's break water. There's break clear. Break of dawn. Break transition. Break vista. Break me. Break heads. It's a powerful book. So I'm gonna read break for love. It's the one that came up. Break for love. Heavy breathing drum machines. West banked sisters hold each curly heads. Ducked, loose bullets, tight soldiers, Lowe's eyed, or Lowe's almonds, Lowe's eyed, oranges in blood, explosion of hair. The weary shoulder scared, the pulsing wrist scared, the clasped hand temple, the smoking chest temple. Sister Holy, fly, Sister Holy. Terra material prima wa ana lapis azuri, flame wa scarlet star, ana mud wa means and, wa huddled into shelters, wa centers off balance, bastanna, waiting, bastanna, vision wa epiphany, zooted wa cased, air yo dynamic, wa ana mashi layali, drum skin stretched far, Yarayah, when my sapphire, dusted dream static supreme. Dream, crash bombs everywhere around me. Dream, sash green gold coins surround me. Dream, flash dear God flood within me. Tremor moon seas, moan, tremble, please sing, trouble keys. Very, very different way to write poems from what I was reading before. And from some of the poems that she writes, by the way. Very versatile. Suhair Hamed. Please look up Suhair Hamed. A general for Flo's world. I got you. I'm gonna do a quick prayer. Same thing. I'm gonna look here because the person I'm waiting for is here. Love to everybody on the YouTube. The YouTube. Please, 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 please erase the fact that I just said that. All right. You ready? However you do presents, I'm gonna do mine. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي Let's do your general. I love the idea that maybe someone is playing me in the background. I play live streams in the background all the time and lectures. I prefer them to podcasts. I love the idea of like you know, within definitely the technological privilege I have. I prefer the audio video. I prefer like to have that in the background if I'm cleaning, if I'm reading. Um, if I'm unpacking. Flows, I don't know if you have any like literal children, um, or anything that you're entire or a person or people that you're entirely responsible for or near entirely responsible for. Um, Maybe it's in your job, maybe you have a high level of responsibility, and feel free to confirm or push against in the chat. Um, dear, I think I think you're being called to not just be like a big leader in certain aspects of your life while letting other parts of your life be run by someone else or be like neglected. Not neglected, being dictated by someone else or by someone else's vision or way of thinking. So I feel like in certain ways, so no children of your own, okay. I feel like in certain places of your life, there's like you're tight, you're fit, you got it under control. Everything runs by you and only you. And then there is maybe one person in your life or maybe like a certain area in your life, people, relationships, a family, something, some space where you feel like I'm gonna balance it out by letting the person here control everything or dictate everything, or I'm never gonna make it look like I'm following their lead, but when it comes to actually who comes up with the ideas and who implements them, I am following their lead. It might be at work, in whatever place that you feel you're following someone else's lead. And there are spaces where it is very appropriate to follow someone else's lead. However, I don't think it's ever appropriate to be a side character in someone else's story. Every single one of us is a main character and is accountable to that. Not in the ego sense, but in the and every one of us is also a character in a series of stories. None of us here are the center of the world. But what I'm trying to say is um, we are each fully accountable to what we started with in life and how absolutely heroic we can be with that, and compassionate and miraculous and beautiful. Even if we started from the most underprivileged background, or if we started with the most privileged background and find that disgusting, there is the most beautiful version of that primal matter that you've been given that awaits you. And you're here to make it happen. And you're here to be accountable to that, not to be in a side character in someone else's story. Does that make sense? There's a collective story that binds us, and that's what humbles us. But there's no side character affairs here. And I think there's a way that the main character, side character equation in your life is calling for you to balance it out more. Like maybe there's a relationship where, or a space where people follow you and you're the leader and your word goes, what you say goes. Maybe there needs to be more listening in that space, while in the other one, there needs to be more of you being heard and you being vulnerable and you calling some shots. That's really the first message that's coming. Um, that's the first message that's coming. Let's see if there are more cards left. Mm. I think there is pain that needs to be released that instead you try to like hold in and bottle in. It's like the lead came up again. You try to hold in and bottle in, or channel into like the strategy is so pure and beautiful of like I'm going to channel, I'm going to make lemon out of lemonade in a way. If I'm grieving, I'm going to channel this into action. I'm going to channel this into um um you know a form of resistance, and that's great. And at the same time, that channeling does demand internal honesty and does demand being held and being soft sometimes. Otherwise, it can harm others even when you least mean it. When you least mean it. And so many activists, so many of us suffer from that. When you least mean it. Mm. And parents and people in leadership. I'm not talking about the shitheads. I'm talking about people that are in title or not in leadership, you know? I'm not talking about the beneficiaries and the welfare presidents. No shame on welfare. I grew up on, you know, subsidized assistance too. But you know what I mean. Um, and if you feel that you have caused harm or someone has caused you harm that was unintentional lately, the biggest way to address it, to really, really, really release it, is to release the pain that is coming up within you right now about your relationship to the world as it is configured and as it is being effed up right now. Like to release the pain about that. And if the rituals for that, you know, these are the rituals that are causing you, that are calling on you to take leadership right now the most. Believe it or not, whether they're done alone or whether they're done in collectives. And the more that that pain is released, even if you might feel certain things like my tears don't matter right now, nobody should have room for my tears, that's an accountable statement within an uneven world. But in an even world, we all should have room for our tears to be heard. So hold the two together. Don't just hold that one without holding that one. Or someone's going to lash out at you, or you'll lash out at someone. Yes, be accountable to the place and time for which one's tears should be prioritized in a place where, especially if we live in the belly of the beast, we're already being prioritized, you know, and imprisoned while being spoiled in this weird relationship. But at the same time, you're a human before that story. And you're going to cry. And you're going to break down. And you're going to feel things. And I think addressing that is making sure it's never forgotten and it's never lost. And if that means calling someone that normally you give advice to cry in front of them, the relationship's going to melt. It's going to be so beautiful. Or someone that you normally listen to and listen to and listen to and tell them you need to hear me right now, melt. Melt. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. And even if I do feel for the most part that people are in your life are gonna adjust, the one or two people coming up. But if the case that they're gonna be released, they're gonna be released. And that's beautiful too. Let me know if that resonates, Flows. Flows World. Let me know. I love how you wrote your name, by the way. Do we know each other? I'm sorry, I don't even know. Oh, the icons are so small. still the icon is so small. So I really apologize if we know each other. Let me know if we know each other personally. Let me know if this reading resonated. Um, you deserve to be held whole. You deserve to be held whole. And to take the lead, the main character role from that. Main character role and no less of a role. Yes, in a humbling, like a not a villain, like a um, the main character that allows us to see the world, that sees the world with us, instead of tries to conquer or take over the world. But not a side character ever either, ever, not to one person. I hella know you, Flo. I hella know you. I hella know you. Thank you so much for coming to the live and getting a reading. Thank you so, so, so much. Thank you, Flows. Next IG, I know. Thank you for coming on. Thank you so much for coming on. We were chilling at my spot last time. Of course I know you. Of course I know you. And I want to ask about your trip. I know you went internationally on it. You might still be on it. I'll definitely reach out privately, but I'm sending you big love. And thank you so, so, so much for the way that we connected before I left Portland. It's very precious and I still remember it. And I'm still lighting that unsi. I still remember the word you taught me. I never forgot calling frankincense unsi. Thank you. You left an impact, and I'm grateful for you. And I'm very grateful for you. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining for a bit. And I hope you sleep very, very, very soundly. I hope you sleep well. Have a good night. Lots of love right back. Sending you a lot of love. Thank you. Thank you, Flo. Very grateful for you. I'm going to read another poem. Big love to everybody here and everywhere. I'm going to read another poem from Suhair Hamed, Palestinian legend. She was on Def Poetry Jam, as I mentioned earlier. She's very close with Saul Williams. If anybody knows Saul Williams, a poet, they're pretty tight. I always thought her and Yassine Bey, and why am I gossiping on the live, Miriam? Fine, I started the sentence. I always had a feeling her and Yassine Bey had a thing. I'm just gonna put that out there. Always had a feeling that Said Hamed and Yassine Bey. It was just the way he called her name. Every time he would call her up to the stage on the if you watch Def Jam in the early 2000s, he would say, hailing from Brooklyn by way of Palestine. And then he would just take this breath and say, Suhair Hamed. And I'm like, y'all have something. Anyways, hi, David. Incredibly crushing times now. So I hope you appreciate that I'm trying to learn to be a light and to bring light and to appreciate those who are a light. But trust me, none of it is, it's a light to the crushing times, not apart from it. So again, it's called Breaking Poems. She has, I think her most popular book is Born Palestinian, Born Black, about Black Palestinian intersections and about Afro-Arab presence. I don't think she uses the word Afro-Arab. Not everybody uses that word, by the way, but just great book that I really, really recommend. And that at this time, there were very few resources speaking to what she was speaking to. But this is a more obscure book. Breaking Poems, Suhair Hamed. Everybody, please read her. Every poem has the word break in it. So break bus, break still, break word, windbreaker, and so on. Break for love, break water, break clean, break of dawn, and so on. So the one that I Was it Breakful? We'll say it's Breakful. I think Breakful is the one now. We'll read that one. If you want to get a reading, Sue laughed at my gossip. Um, Please feel free to purchase a reading. My Venmo is the same as my Instagram. Thank you so much. The funding went to a good place and went to someone that needed it more than me right now at a border that shouldn't exist. And also it's gonna go towards me in the working class life. And thank you so much for supporting my work. Breakful. Wolf visits her dream, licks where the poem punctures skin, whistles Mississippi into her, backbones her, hums a song from upper room. Dear God, she miss her dead. Dear God, everyone she ever loved, seen same moon, framed by nar, means fire, escape. Saturn returned the beautiful, visits her in water, pains her muse, fixes Fairuz in morning, Kulthum at night, gazes her awake. Wolf and beautiful and all whose songs she sings. Dear God, a woman singing somewhere tight, shoes off, toes stretching, push up, flesh tone, mascara lined lips, almonds smoking, hearts, so much love, a living soul, a moon full. That's beautiful. Powerful book, powerful poem, powerful departure from the poem I read before. This one is more gentle. It's funny. I read poets so far, two poems each, and it seems to be gentle, um, truth pill. And then here it went truth pill, gentle. Beautiful. So we have come to a point where the queue is all finished. All the readings that have been requested are done. All the readings that have been paid for are done. Thank you all so much. You can either tell me to do another collective message, um, or if you'd like to get a reading, you can get it via the Venmo. So let me know. Would you like me to do another collective reading, or does anyone have a specific question they'd like me to address? I don't know if you can hear the music in the background even. Heartbreaking, heartbreaking, heartbreaking. Holding your heart, holding my heart. Holding the hearts breaking right now. Within the homes breaking, within the families breaking. But never truly broken. Just breaking, but not broken. It's like that Coldplay song, Lost. I think it went something like, just because I'm losing doesn't mean that I'm lost. We need to remember that when we look at Gaza. We might be the ones who are lost. Let's do a collective message. Let's do a collective message. And I think it is starting with this song. I don't know why this song is coming up. Just because I'm losing doesn't mean that I'm lost. Doesn't mean that I'll starve. Wow. It's very relevant. The music, Sue, is just alive on what's it called? It's like a lo-fi live that I found online. The song that I'm singing is Coldplay Lost. The more I think of the lyrics that I know, it's so I want to sing it for Gaza. The collective message is you have to have absolute faith in yourself when you're confronting your demons. Whatever nasty thoughts you're having that you may not have had ever before. I don't mean the sultry type. If you feel like there's anger ebbing within you, ugliness literally ebbing within you right now, it's it's the brutality and the supremacy that resides within the hearts of so many people in this world and the systems that were created to protect it. And it's bound that some of it's going to seep in some of us, or even just be normalized to see it through your eyes, even if it's not seeping through you and the way you live and the way you act. But you want to cleanse even your eyes of that. You want like eye drops. You wish you had somebody who would take out these thoughts from inside of you. And that someone is you. And you got to keep believing that. You got to keep seeing that. That someone who is here to sharpen you into the smooth operator, the prime liberator, the one who will be on the right side of history. And on, the unknown side of the moon we're awaiting. That is the future. And that will be shared by all of us. That person is here, is in you, and is stronger than any intrusive thought, any part of your subconscious you're not proud of. And you've changed so much, and you've undone so much, you've decolonized so much that you feel you should have never been ashamed of. But there's the part that still sometimes resorts to arrogance or to defensiveness in ways that by now you've played the tape and you know it's harmful, but sometimes it still resides within you. Keep loving yourself to confronting these parts and kick him out, and have all the faith that the right person who can do this is here, and it's you. If you're seeking a mentor or a therapist, etc., that person will be sought by you. You are here, and you can do it. You can do the confrontation. The second part of it may be, for some of you, an actual confrontation with actual people in your life. I think for at least one person here, I feel that energy. And maybe for so many of us. And you feel delayed. You feel like that confrontation should have happened a long time ago. Or maybe it happened some years ago, but that person still never responded. You confronted them on a toxic habit or pattern of thinking or a way that supports, again, pressure that others didn't consent to, supremacy, arrogance. You try to talk with them, and you feel this time that you need more of a resolution. Either talk with them again or never talk to them again or something. And you're brave to be at that point, to be at that edge, to be at that tip, and to stand looking at a portrait of this person, trying to figure out, what am I going to do now? You're brave to stand there. So start from that and know that you have all the skills that you need to have the most sober confrontation possible. It doesn't have to be coddling. It doesn't have to be a fight. Because I feel like if you don't, you will keep carrying that feeling of, it should have happened a long time ago. It should have happened a long time ago. Further and further and further. So honestly, on that one, it feels like you're invited to have the message of the sooner the better without rushing it. Like, don't schedule a meeting. But when you come in each other's paths, have the clear as day confrontation. Think of unspooling. It's not fighting. And it's not coddling either. Think of unspooling a thread. Think of Dut al-Az. What is Dut al-Az? Caterpillars. Oh my God, caterpillars. And when they unspool silk, when they release silk, Speak the truth like it's silk, one thread of silk, uncut, being released by you. The more you do that, the more you're building the cocoon for your next phase. So don't hold it in. If you're holding it in, if there's someone that you need to confront with a certain truth because you're obsessing over when to do it and how to do it, and I've done it before and I don't want to lose them and I'm ready to lose them. No mechanics anymore. Trust the thread that comes out of your mouth that is the truth. Trust it. Trust you. Trust the brave you that is standing at the edge of that cliff, looking at a portrait of them, ready to clarify that relationship. And the more that you speak that truth, the more it spins around you, cocoons you into the next you. That's the collective message. Speak your truth. Fancy ways of saying speak your truth. Let me know, anybody on the live, let me know if it resonated. Let me know what you think of it. Yeah, let me know. It is very chill music. It is very chill music in the background. I love lo-fi. I use it a lot when I taught high school. Teenagers go through so much before they enter your classroom. They go through so much already. And playing some lo-fi in strategic points in the class, the beginning and the end, so calming. And so like a thread to hold on to, a sonic ritual for hearing students to hold on to, and to feel like they'll have the same routine of music that's like just giving them sonic hug on the way in after everything they went through to get to the point of being in that room. That's interesting. Thank you for saying that. And it's probably what's on my mind. That says a lot. So creators on YouTube said, thank you. Um, I love how much messages about children came up today. I love that. I didn't notice that, but it's also, you know, it could be my story and my background. It could be that um, America's murdering one of my homes and my neighbors, and most of them are children. It could be so many things. It could be the inner children within us, and it's probably all these things together. But I think it might be saying more about the message, but also how open I am to that, and I hope I'm not like pushing it on everybody. But I do think it's you know I think there's so much we can learn from never forgetting the fact that every single person was once a young human. Every single person was once a caterpillar. Um, and I think that, especially my relationships, I'm so grateful for my relationships with queer folks in my life because that taught me more than anything the number of uh, teenage, like you go through multiple teenage um, periods in your life. Hesh fresh, oh my god. Hisham! It's been so long since we danced together. حبيب قلبي حضن كبير يابا ليك وحشة. This is such good coffee. Um, Shout out to everybody who loves coffee. What a crop. So much exploitation around it, and it's so precious at the same time. It's so awakening and so delicious. Way too long, way too long. I still have a video. Actually, I think it's on IG. These were good times. Habibi, I hope you're okay. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're thriving. These were good times. But that's one thing that I did learn from queer folks in my life that's very precious. How we all have multiple teenage phases, like multiple teenage phases, not just one. Did you mean to hit that?
I'm alive and well.
That's beautiful to hear. Where are you at now?
I'm still in Jersey.
In Jersey? Okay.
Yeah, I live at home.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I went to Portland for a long time, and now I'm back in Orlando, East Coast again, but way south.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, back in Orlando.
You have family in Orlando or Portland?
I have both. I have one brother is here and one brother is between Atlanta and Orlando.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. How
so
have you
what
been?
Do you like more?
None.
You want to be back in New York, huh?
I want to be back in New York. I want to leave the US or be back in New York. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's literally like one or the other. But I'm so super grateful. Man. It's good weather here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in Orlando?
Yeah.
Okay. I love Florida, actually, even though it's the penis of America, but...
It is, officially. Anatomically, it's been proven.
Yes. But,
you're on YouTube, by the way. I hope you're okay with that. There's a YouTube. There's a live YouTube right now of your audio and of everything you're saying.
Oh, you're okay. Do you have a podcast or something?
I'm kind of, yeah. And you just called Florida the penis of America on live. There's a record.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Well, here we are. Can't go back now.
Get back out. I'm in it with you. I'm loyal. I'm literally here with. Who knows you? Who's saying hi, Hesh, at the bottom?
That's my friend Bong, and then
Hi,
my coworker Tony is on the call.
Oh, what's up, guys? What's up, y'all?
Yeah.
I was like, I thought it was like mutuals that we both knew. I'm so happy we had those memories when we had them.
No, it's all good. I forgot that when you broadcast that, it sends to your friends and my friends.
Your friends to let them know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you have a message for all 6, 7, 8, 9 people that are on right now that you would like to?
Well, what's the theme right now? You're doing readings?
I'm doing readings. I'm reading poetry, and I'm talking like it's all relevant to like pretty much like our place in the world right now as it is with just with all the carnage happening, but also like how do we take care of each other within it? What do we need to learn within it? What messages does each person need to hear? Do we collectively need to hear? Yeah, all that. And you work in the health. You work in the health field, right?
I do.
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm a therapist.
You're that's okay. We gotta talk because I think I'm switching out of teaching into therapy.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk with you privately about that. Oh my God, Jedi. Okay, brief I've been doing shout outs. Everybody follow Jedi. Everybody follow Jedi. Jedi. Amazing musician. Hi, Jedi. Everybody follow Jedi and support their music. So what on that theme, and if I may put you on the spot very briefly, what would you like to share with a beautiful small group of people?
You were talking about how, I'm sorry, repeat the theme one more time because you talked, like you said, in relative to what?
I mean, to say it very bluntly, like that we're witnessing more of the world acknowledge the genocide in Gaza, but also we're witnessing the actual genocide in Gaza, the systems behind it. People are waking up so much more to the interconnectedness of that and are finding like ways of how do I respond to this world? How do I do the right thing? And how do I still take care of myself, etc., etc.?
Yeah. I think that's a really difficult question to answer, but honestly, it's a shared trivial time. And through trivial times, you share with community. I've gone through this phase where it's like I come home and my mom's watching TV and it's like mutilated bodies on TV and it's like very disturbing. And I always talk to her about is this what you want to like warm up your day with, like, you want to continuously watch this. But she can't help it because, like, that's, like, Palestine is not her homeland, but that's what she grew up with, like this continuous talk about, like, Palestinian liberation. So it's like, I can't, like, come at her, like, in the negative way. And I understand where she's coming from, but in the same token, it's like, as the new generation, we kind of have these boundaries. And my boundary is like, I'm going to talk about this for a certain point of time, but I need to take a break because I'm mentally exhausted, or like I'm having trouble with processing this. So, and I think that's where the new generation comes in, is like we're more versed with like mental acuity and being able to express ourselves. So,
do you feel that as a therapist you've come across like, have you, well, actually, let me ask you this: as a therapist, have you come across people who are like directly impacted, who have family or anything in that sense?
I just want to clarify, because you say therapist, but I want to make sure you know that I'm a physical therapist, not mental health therapist.
Complete taking that question back. Thank you so much for clarifying that. I wouldn't be literally where I'm at right now without physical therapists, because I don't know if did I ever tell you back in the day about my back and what happened?
You did.
Yeah. And it was probably because of like what you were interested in doing. Yeah, and it's, I mean, I do really want to thank you for what you shared. Thank you for that. And I do think there's, at least as a teacher, I think every generation has a wisdom that completes the other in a way. And it's a process of like coming together to kind of get the pieces of wisdom that complete one another, versus like our generation got it right, our generation got it right, our generation got it right. And I'm really, really grateful that you spoke to that. Actually, Creatress was just talking about how children, I didn't even realize it till now, how the theme of children, or talking about children, came up a lot in this live. I didn't even realize that. Or even the inner child. So I think you definitely added something really important to that, of like generational wisdom in general and what each generation is bringing to the table. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry if I confused you.
It's okay. I think it's less confusion and more like what I'm trying to like hear because of what I'm interested in right now, and I feel bad. So
no,
yeah,
it intertwines, honestly. I mean, like, so for our prereqs, we had to take a lot of psych courses, because oftentimes, like you're doing therapy and therapy. We like to joke about that a lot. Like, we're therapists and therapists. Like, we like to have a listening ear and be present for patients, and like deal with their physical ailments, but there's a big psychological component to it. So yeah, like basically kind of tying it all in together. Yeah, this is like spiritual. This is physical. This is mental. Like, and it's a long haul. It's not easy, and we all have to find that community to stick together to be able to get through this. It's not an individual kind of haul. So
I feel that. May I offer one thing about your mom, possibly?
Sure.
I think the reason why some of us are watching this 24/7 is it's happening inside of us. Especially if we grew up in or around Palestine.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I think it's a different, and I moved to America when I was in high school. So I always feel somewhere between diasporan people, Palestinians and those who love them, Arab and Afro-Arab, everybody, like, and people from all over the world really love them. But just talk about our part of the world. Sorry, between those who are born here, whether or not they like say like hyphen American, Arab American, etc., whether or not like born here, and those who came here as adults, like as on visas, asylum, international student. I'm literally in the middle. I was a late teen. And I'm grateful for that experience. It was very confusing when I was young, but the older I got, I think it gave me like, I can never claim to be either. There's things I'll never understand about either, but I can be a little bit of a bridge sometimes. And it's not to assume I'm a bridge, like I know it all. I just like get the piece that sometimes like can connect those two generations, if that makes sense.
Right.
And I think like I feel that because I grew up there till I was like 16. Whether or not I watch it constantly, it's literally happening in my body. And I remember feeling that very acutely. I probably felt that the most acutely in my life when something happened in like Madinat Nasr, like where I grew up in
You're
Egypt.
from Madinat Nasr?
Hell yeah,
No
Madinat Nasr
way.
girl, Madinat Nasr girl.
No
All the way, all
That's
the
where
way.
my family's from.
Wait, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I did
I
not.
thought we talked about this.
I don't know how that never came up.
Yeah, so my mom's apartment, like she's actually going this Wednesday back to Egypt
Yeah,
for 3 months.
that's amazing.
But so she, like our apartment, it's on Makram Abed and Abesla.
I was like, okay, I know exactly where that is.
Yeah,
I know exactly.
Gambasa.
Okay, you're a 5-minute drive
No
from what
way.
you five. I grew up. So have you ever been? You've been on there?
Yeah.
Okay, so
last time I was there was 2022.
that's okay. That was very recent. So we probably know very different roads because I was in there that recently, and there's a whole bunch of bridges now. That. What's up, y'all? I'm sorry. This is getting so derailed. That was. Thank you for being there for my. It's funny. I just said that my gentle disagreement and love. Yeah. All right, let's go on live again. And I love Hesh so much. Beautiful person. It was my first like truly Southwest Asia, North Africa like community in the US. It was in New York, and Hesh and I found each other within that two of very few Egyptians. Um, I don't know if they'll join again, but I just went live again. What's up, everybody? And if they join again, I just found out that we both grew up in the same neighborhood, and that's really, really beautiful. Um, I know someone recently who tuned out of everything online, tuned out, unplugged, turned off everything, and so received a video of their childhood home in Gaza demolished, defaced. And they made the difficult decision to unplug, right? And there's others that make the difficult decision to not unplug at all whatsoever. And I think there's a beautiful line of gentleness and of respect that I can't say for others how to react, how to like which way to pursue their liberation and how much, and to still hold them accountable to that they need to be within that liberation, at least to be in my life. I think that's completely fair. So I may not have to tell others how much to plug in or to unplug, because I don't know what's reflective of their internal reality and how they need to exist right now. Especially first and foremost if they're from Gaza and then if they're from Palestine. But I think adding the layer that um, I can be very loving and honoring of every person where they are while still holding that standard, that boundary, as mentioned, that um, if you're my life, you need to care, you know. Um, and I think people shouldn't feel offended if there's like spaces that need to happen sometimes. So if someone needs space from me because I don't care enough for them in a way that I'm blind to, it's completely fair if they let me go. And it's on me to learn from that if I want to. If they form a bond with me where they are constantly like lashing out at me, It's not going to heal them. It's not going to heal me. If they are releasing me, that's important and powerful and needed. They can lash out at me that one time before they release me. That's also powerful. You gotta sometimes feel like it is just not forming the bond out of lashing out because someone is not um, their embodiment of the um, carnage is not where you'd like it to be. That's too much work on that person, and not the trigger that a human heart needs to open up. And even if they open up, that's unfair. They took so much effort out of someone who ended up looking mean when they were doing them the best favor in the world of opening up their heart. So I always go with the route, at least for me, and the ways that I've channeled, the advice that I've taken um, from Allah, from the universe, from people who are wise, is like, if you ever come to a point where um, your commitment to um, stopping ongoing colonialism and genocide and theft, and not just believing that another world is possible, but being that other world and supporting those other worlds that are already there, you know, not just thinking it's in the imagination of um, leftist college educated people. It's already on the ground, and knowing that and standing for that. The more that I do that, the more that I go in that direction, I'm going to have a certain standard of what that's like as everyone else. And I'd rather meet the people that are there with me, you know? And if certain distances or tough conversations happen from that, take the conversation as a lesson, but don't continue it as a relationship. That's way too straining on one or more parties and ends up involving bitterness, even if it one person ends up getting being enlightened by the other. Even if mutual enlightenment happens. Trust that humanity is abundant. There's enough people to go around to teach each other. That tends to be the route I go. I don't try to hold nobody against the wall or have anybody hold me against the wall. Unless the boundary is if they don't stand up for liberation and justice, hell yeah, I'll hold them against the wall. You bet I'm going to hold them to hell against the wall. But if they do stand for liberation and justice, um, and it's a question of degrees or it's a question of methods, um, I'll say my piece or let them say their piece and let them go. And that's hard. There's people I can't be close with right now that I used to think I'm close with in October, before October. And they didn't do anything wrong. And they are saying free Palestine. But we're feeling this so differently. We're feeling this so differently. That's tough. And I know there's people who are feeling that with me, as they should. As they should. My adult life was in the belly of the beast. I literally grew up in Egypt. Love my people, love, but our government is shit and empowers people who are shit. Or complicit in genocide. You want to take a break from me? Completely fair. No matter how much of my best is doing, I'm still not going to belittle myself because that is letting the Egyptian government win, is letting occupation win. I need to rise up to my duty, rise up to my goodness, rise up to my heart, rise up to a higher potential. I'm not going to lower my head or think my guilt is going to heal anybody. Simultaneously, yeah, I'm going to be humble. You need to walk away, I got you. You know, like there's a way to do this mercifully. I started talking about other things, Hish, but thank you for it. It was the time. It cuts off every hour. I mean, I'm still, I should know that. I should know that by now. It cut off what, twice already. Um but people in the other chat were saying how like incredibly sweet it is that they got to hear this conversation. I had no idea that we were both literally from the same hometown. Literally from the same hometown. If you happen to know in Manassa, Same. I had no. So look up in Manassa. Manassa is literally the building. It's like a. So there's the Manassa and Haram al-Gundi Shahid. But a lot of people now, what I hear is there's a bridge. So a lot of people don't see it now. Back in the day, there was no bridge. You had to pass through it. I grew up right next to it. Manassa um, is across from Haram al-Gundi Shahid is like a pyramid that has the names. It's a modern pyramid, yes, with the hole in the middle, and it has the names in Arabic, and the bridge is new, right? And it has the names in Arabic of the soldiers that were martyred in 1973. Um, when we got Sinai back from the occupation. So, and across from it is Manassa, where Anwar Sadat was assassinated. I grew up there by turf. There were three different hoods right next to each other. Imtidad Ramses, they're all named after Ramses. Ramses first, Ramses second, Ramses the third. I was in Ramses the third. We hated Ramses the second. We fought all the time. Well, not me, the guys, the boys fought all the time. Either over soccer or over like actual fighting. Ramses the first were the most like underprivileged. They were the most struggling community, and we just left them alone. Weird dynamics, weird times. But that's where I grew up. And then I had one family in Masr Gadida, one side of the family, and the other side of the family in Abbasiyah. And then one of them got rich and went to Maadi. So I started to have bridges in Maadi. Now the family's in Maadi. Well, what I thought was rich at the time. Yep. Yeah, I used to be a Cairo girl through and through, but it's been too long for me. It's still in my heart, but I can't claim the knowledge or the experience. It went through so much that I don't know. Heliopolis, yeah, I know all these hoods. Heliopolis was far, but I remember Heliopolis. Okay, yeah. Heliopolis was very respected, like old school, kind of like Heliopolis is Zamalek. Like these were like the where the OG buildings are still there and still cared for. Um, Almost like some really good shopping, sightseeing. Yeah, it was pretty. Like it's pretty cool if you're from bougie. Exactly. That's why I'm trying. You said it goes bougie. Absolutely bougie, but in an old school way, in a beautiful like old school way versus like the new buildings and the compounds and all that. Madinti, bro. It was really sweet to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. So if you thank you so much. So Heidi, if you want to join the queue, I'm taking thank you so much for being part of the thank you so much for first of all Hisham, thank you for like just bringing us to like and kind of a lighter interaction. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you everybody who let that sort of the conversation flow in its natural rhythm, and just us talking about where we grew up in our childhoods. Thank you for that. um, so for vessels, I'm trying to use the tag for vessels to join the queue. All of the readings, the queue is open now. Feel free to drop a question in the chat. I am this time, if possible, strongly suggesting donations at 15 per one or two questions. But I'm not turning anyone down at all, as always. So that's how you join. You'll be first in the queue if you have a question. And then in between the readings, I'm also reading poems. Right now, I'm on Sohair Hamed. Your book is coming up, by the way. You did not take anything away. Hisham, not like if you see the comments even on the other side, you took nothing away. I'm really grateful for you. Thank you, Hisham. Hisham says have a nice night to everybody. Thank you so much for that. By the way, y'all, I get tempted to save some of the lives with consent. I mostly don't save the live. So even this one, the one on YouTube, I might save it for like only maybe just like 24 hours. but the information is private. So I don't save any of the Instagram ones unless it was like with the consent of everyone there. And vessels, yes, it's the same as the chat. So you can post the question either in the chat on IG or for those on YouTube, it would be on YouTube. Yeah. No, thank you for like being part of it. I like the live culture, to be honest. I was mentioning before, um, at some point in the past, I was mentioning that I wanted to start like a channel. It would be probably between YouTube and Twitch. Thank you for that. Thank you for the consent, creatures. That means a lot. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And I wanted to start like a channel either here. My God, dude! I wanted to start a channel. His name is literally Dude. I didn't just say Dude, but also Dude. Um, but to start a channel on YouTube and also on Twitch, where it's pretty much like a, I like to call it like a brown Mr. Rogers. So I'm going over different world events and liberation movements, and I'm saying that in English, almost as like a news podcast. But I'm offering the same um, methods of analysis and of truth, as well as the methods of care that I've offered young students when I had a history class, but doing that for adults. And I think adults need it. And I love you, Dude, and I love you, Sarah. Thank you both for joining. Everybody, I keep giving shout outs. Everybody follow Vessels We Are. Phenomenal poet. Phenomenal poet. We're going to read from their book today. I have books of poetry I've been reading in between. Um, everybody, follow Dude is Dead, who's been at it for a very long time. A musician who's been at it for a very long time. And Sarah, who's a visual artist, who also has been at it for a very, very long time. We met right here in Orlando forever ago. I'm so grateful for you all. We've supported each other's creative journeys for years, years. I really owe it big time to both Dude and Sarah that I'm in the place that I am right now as an artist, because we really supported each other before anyone even knew our intentions. And I'm really grateful for you both, beyond gratitude. Um, and everybody, please follow Vessels, because also, as a phenomenal published poet now and a phenomenal scholar in their own right, when we were starting out as scholars, Vessels was one of the people who supported me in every way and showed me the ropes in New York academia. The internship helped me get an internship. Just showed me a lot, that in a world that I was very surprised by at the time, New York academia, in a way that's validating and not taken away from who I am and what we're doing here. That helped me really, um, more than infiltrate, but exist within a system that didn't want us there. And I'm really grateful for you on that. Um, I'm reading your question right now, Vessels. So a short connect. Perfect. So the question, always appreciate your readings. Thank you. You're a big light, Vessels. Thank you for that. I love the awe from Dude and Sarah. So yeah, I'm gonna start. So I'm gonna sink into the prayer. Vessels, feel free to join me however you tune in. I'm gonna look here. Love you, YouTube. I'm looking here because that's where Vessels is. Thank you, everybody. I love your presence. I love that you're here with me. Everyone, I love that you're here with me. Um, while I do that, please feel free to, like, if I look up and I don't see a specific question, then I'll just go into like, this is a reading about a specific romantic connection. I'm gonna just go with what you wrote already. If you want a more specific connection, by the time done reading, by the time I'm done praying, I'm gonna check the chat and see if you have more details. Completely up to you. So you can leave it as general as you already did. If you have a specific question like you want to drop, here's an example of a specific question. What is the nature of the relationship now? What are some possibilities that it's leading to? Maybe dropping like the first initial of the person's name. How do they feel about me? Like, these are ways to be more specific. Um, are our intentions matching? These are different ways to be more specific. But what you wrote is perfect too. Let's go. All those. Okay, got you. Okay, got you. You ready? I'm breathing with you. Here we go. Love you all here. Okay, let's pray. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور من الجنة والناس. الله العظيم. Thank you, muscles. Okay. I've got the initial. It's all really beautiful things. Ace of Wands, strengthening bonds. Major Arcana 7, move. I think move is actually, I don't think it's the Tower. I forgot what it is in the traditional deck, but I'm gonna look it up. And this is actually the card to show you here. The Two of Cups. And Could just feel free to jump in on that and how you feel about that. The Two of Cups is probably the most important card, I feel, when it comes up, when it comes to a relationship, a friendship, a strong foundation between two people. Literally the strongest. Not as far as feeling so much, but like relationship. Like if you're trying to build a bond. So that came up. Let me see really quickly for reference which one. Hamas, you're back. Marhab, marhab. Do you speak Arabic or am I projecting? Sometimes I see names and I project, or I'll even Arabize the names, and I'm really trying not to do that. Oh, the Chariot. Wow, okay. That was important to know, actually. It's the Chariot. Okay. I love I love the part of you that's very confident about this connection. I don't think it's all of you yet, but I think there's a part of you that's very confident about this person being in your life. I think they were in your life before, but it got reignited or something, or they were in your life in a marginal way, and then it sort of moved. I think you thought there would be a lot more problems between the two of you. And I don't know if there were at some point. It feels more like a thought. It feels more like I really thought me and this person wouldn't have it like that. Based on certain ways that you each move in the world, or maybe the spaces that you're in, or maybe a brief conversation you had. This person has a very strong relationship with one adult, maybe a parent. This person is really sweet, and I think that they're open to the same kind of like fluid but still well-defined space of friendship and romantic relationship that you tend to like be in or come from. Like it feels like an in-between of we're friends and a romantic connection. But I feel like it's completely reasonable if you want it to be more defined this time. If what you want out of a connection is more, has changed in general in your being in this world, in your connection to this world, if what you want out of a connection with someone in general, and then with N specifically, is not your usual emotional pattern as much, it's important to trust that regardless of whose pattern it looks like, or regardless of um, whether intellectually or at some point you felt that this wouldn't be what I want. And it can be subject to change again within all of us. But I think it's important to embrace your intention towards this person and towards the kind of love that Vessels deserves in this world, with this person or with this world in general, to embrace that new definition fully. Your experiences are gems, and they came to help you get to that place. And your experiences love you with their tough, even with their toughness, with their rough edges, to get you to uncover that place of where you want your love to go and where you want to take it. And I think you can take the lead on letting Anne know what you're expecting. Um, and I have a feeling you'll be pleasantly surprised. That's beautiful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't see problems or that. Yeah, it feels very beautiful. It feels like it was very smooth. It feels like a part of it was unexpected. Um, and if the part of it that hasn't come up yet, I feel like in the future there will be a part of it. It feels beautiful. I'm really happy for you. I feel like you're each busy. Maybe that's the only thing. You're each busy, and once you hit the point where you're grieving together, where you're really digging into the meat of um, this fucked up world that you're in together, and what you're building together. Um, I don't know if there will be that. Like, I don't want to jump the gun. I don't like speaking on. There's certain things I don't like speaking on because it's your agency and it's ends, and you've known this about me. If it's like relationships or breaking up, if it's life or death, if it's birth or like things like that, I try not to speak on. But it does feel like you both will. I can confidently say you'll both get stronger together. Once you get into a point where you're grieving together, where you're crying together, where you're shouting at the world together, it's going to be a different it's going to be a different ball game. um I already can tell to give it some time, but not too much time. So I don't know if it's I think I don't know if that makes sense the way I'm going to say it, but like not inviting the opportunity to, I don't know how to say it, waiting like not too long, like a couple more times. That's literally how it feels, like a couple more meetings. Waiting until you feel way more confident than nervous to talk with them. It doesn't feel like a puzzle anymore. It feels like, oh yeah, we should talk about feelings. Like when it starts to feel like an oh yeah, and I feel like that's gonna happen soon. I think your voice is gonna be really important in feeling like the previous space that where the previous romantic space left you is not permanent. And sometimes it tries to deceive you into thinking it will be permanent or leave some kind of permanent mark. And your voice is going to be your way out of that. So I think this is an encouraging message to talk to them, talk to N. Even if it's for that. But I do think, yeah, I think it looks promising between the two of you. It looks really sweet. I'm always open to feedback now or in the future. Always open to correction. I always can be wrong. Um, and that means I don't take it lightly that you trusted me. Thank you so much for that trust. Okay, that's beautiful. Everybody follow Vessels. We are. Everybody. Everybody. Thank you so much. One person who's still on YouTube, sending you a big heart. Hello, everybody who's on here. Thank you for your care in this work. What you are saying very much aligns with what I've been receiving. So thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vessels. I keep saying Vessels again. I'm trying not to give away anyone's name, but please follow Vessels, everybody. And we are gonna read from your book very soon. Um, amazing, amazing poet, amazing scholar. We're gonna read a little bit more from Breaking Poems. Breaking Poems. Suhair Hamed. Suhair Hamed. Please look her up. Please look up her work. Butter Phoenix on Instagram, and she is now going live often in transit in Brooklyn, and I'm learning again from her a lot. I did in my early 20s. I did when I ran into her in my late 20s. I did when I taught her as a teacher in my 30s. And now I'm learning here. Yes, absolutely, dude. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's both. Yeah, it's the same exact on both, on Instagram and on Venmo. Yes. Everybody follow Dude is Dead. The amount of integrity that this man has put in into becoming a lifelong artist is unmatched. Unmatched. And the amount of trust in what that path can lead to. Um, I've seen it, and where to go and where to live and who it like. Incredibly inspired by you, dude. Incredibly inspired by you. You get older and you see things differently. Rain and Soil, what a beautiful name. What a beautiful, beautiful name. Hi, Starlight Healer. Hi, how are you? How are you doing? I'm going to read the book. And then if anyone would like to join the queue, please feel free to donate any amount that you're like. I'm only suggesting 15 because of recent engagements I was in recently. Um, that where someone, these borders that shouldn't exist. And now, also things for um, my own health. So if you'd like to donate, please feel free to. And no one will be turned away. Please write your question. Thank you so, so, so much, Sarah. So Sarah's next on the queue as soon as I read the poem. Big thank you, Sarah. Sarah and David, Sarah and DP. It's one or two questions each. Thank you both so, so, so much. Everybody follow Dude is Dead right now. And stay tuned because after I read this one more poem from Suhair Hamed's Breaking Poems, we're going to read from Vessels We Are's book is next. So please stay tuned. Welcome, everybody. Love, so much love to you, Elle. Thank you for joining back. Thank you so much for joining back. I'm calling this the real brown Mr. Rogers for adults. So it's gonna be a lot of truth pills and healing balm. And if that's where you feel at home, I know how hard it can be to find other spaces where you can be that fully. So this live will be that space where we are both the truth pills and the healing balm. I love you, Butch System, so much. So much. Everybody follow Butch System. Everybody follow Butch System. Don't buy your leather from nobody else. Nobody else. Nobody else. All your leather needs. Nobody else. Absolute family. Absolute family. Let's go into the poem. This is called Break Transitions. So again, the concept of the of breaking poems is borrowed, is incorporating hip hop culture of breakdance, of breaking the record, of chopping and screwing language, to do the same with the English language and unravel stories. Leather Joy, listen, Leather Joy. My first Leather Joy was Butch System. That'll never be undone with the words in Arabic, queer baraka, that I carved with my hands on my birthday. I'll never forget. Never. Butch System. your leather needs right now. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, so this is called break-in transitions. There's again break full, break burn, break bayou, break best, which means just break. Break heads, break me, break is this, break construction paper. So it's all these different. I miss you a ton, and I'm gonna. It looks like Portland is happening sooner than Hopefully, it just I'm gonna work on recovering some funds after a certain transition happened recently, uh, with a space I deeply care about and people I deeply care about. So certain things are gonna be recovered, and then I'm due to see family in Portland. So family in Portland. Break transition. There is no body, no matter. I gave it away. Willah, it was taken. Wallah, what I had. What I had wanted to say was, Wallah, if someone touches me, I will break open sesame abracadabra, Arab cadavers, posted on net, spun out bottles, sachets, wet ashes. What means and? Sachets, wet ashes, musk, wa dusk. Once there was path there, Habibi. Once there was road. I wail here, I wait there. For my body, a break, a kiss, God the last, dance of the night, I know nothing. I wait for break of dawn, open doors, clear roads, unmanned time. Anna in transit, ion. I left my body somewhere. I remember rooms, bus, which means but. I don't remember walls. Thank you so much, Sue. I'm sending you so, so, so much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining on YouTube. Please, God. Please, God. I just read Dude's question. I love that please, God, and that please, God. Please, God. So the question is general suggestion on growing small business and recovering from burnout at the same time while still making rent. Let's sit together. I'm going to be looking here. I'm going to be looking here. Um, YouTube fam, you're still here. I'm gonna dip into prayer, however that you share presence. What's up, Deepish? What up, Deepish on YouTube? So, dude, it's gonna be like focused on you, but it's gonna be also kind of a collect. That's just the vibe I got. Let me know if I'm wrong. Where it's gonna be focused on you, but it's gonna be a little bit also like a collective vibe. So Sarah's gonna be part of the energy of the reading. Let me know if that feels right, but that's just the vibe that I got from your question. So let's get it. I'm gonna dip into prayer. However you dip into presence, let's do it. I'm with you guys. I'm breathing with you both. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس. I'm doing great, Deepish. How are you? I'm doing readings. We're gonna be reading more poems. I'm gonna actually stop at a point where we're gonna write our prayers and or manifestations, and I'm gonna read all of them out loud. I'm gonna invite people to read them out loud with me. So you know, sharing presence, sharing presence. But yeah, let's get it. I'm with you guys. It feels like the next thing that you need to do with the business is about it, like needs knowledge that you don't have yet. That's what I'm feeling. I feel like right now, and I feel you saying I hate that part though. I don't think Sarah's saying that. I think that's you. I hate the part of connect. I don't want to connect with more people right now. I just want to do my thing. Um, I don't know why I felt that. And beyond valid. Um, beyond valid. Literally, one of my heroes just joined as I was reading from Sayyid Hamed. Everybody follow Randa Jarrar. If you don't follow Randa Jarrar, what are you even doing? Everybody follow Randa Jarrar. I shouldn't even explain who Randa Jarrar is. And I'll never forget that one of my favorite poets and writers in the world, I got to share an actual memory with them where I burned my foot on the coal from a hookah, and it was the most Arab injury probably that could happen at a workshop. My biggest accomplishments, everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah. First of all, for David and Sarah, I love you both, and I want to thank you for relentlessly speaking up about Palestine. I want to thank you for the way that you shared presence with me in October. Um, I can't wait to hear the music. I know that I can feel the music brewing. Um, that's gonna like you're singing to Gaza. I can feel you wanting to do it. I can feel you having like intellectual hesitations, but your heart and your voice is completely doing it, dude. I know that's not the question you asked about, but I can really feel it. And I know that I know that you will feel so different once you make that leap and make that song. And I do hope you make that song. I can feel it on the tip of your throat. I can feel you have the samples for it. I can feel you have um, but then you over intellectualize what parts need to be how. Have confidence in your voice and in your place. You know, Palestine is fighting for all of us to be fully human. From our story, I was sharing earlier before you and Sarah joined in. Part of the channeled message is we are each and all main characters in the world. Yes, we should be humbled by the world, but making ourselves like a side character is not liberation. It's not taking accountability for the actual privileges and the actual oppressions each person was born with. We don't take accountability for the privileges by being side characters, by being responsible, full main characters. Does that make sense? And each and every place, if we really want to believe in a world we can all share, each and every place can be a place of liberation. If it can't be, it can be changed or abandoned, honestly, for like the place that is for liberation. But I can't, like, each and every single one of us deserve to have that accountability with grabbing the mic because we live in a bigger world, but also should grab the mic. And your mic is needed, man. And that song is so beautiful, and I can hear it already. And I can hear the irony of a song that's in major keys and that's high energy, but the lyrics are like the most minor key lyrics on the planet. And inshallah, it's going to be heard in Palestine, and I think you should do it. I'm sorry this message came through. I think it's like the song that keeps ebbing in your heart while you're working on other songs. And I could be wrong. You can tell me if any of what I'm saying is wrong. I'm always accountable to being wrong or to projecting or to wanting what I want to happen in the world, influence the messages. So you tell me. And you're a lifelong friend. Even if you weren't, I'll take your word for it. You're a lifelong friend, man. And one of the purest hearts. You don't talk unless you mean it. You listen 1,000 times, and when you talk, you mean it. And I respect that about you. Sarah's such a deep processor, and I love that about her. Sarah's so generous with her processing. She will listen and she will speak back, and she will like process with you, whether it's what you're processing, what she's processing, and you do it differently. You listen like a radio, and then you speak like a radio, and they're both beautiful methods. Beautiful methods. Sarah. Sarah Ibrahim has a piece of my soul forever. Now to the small business. I love you, Sarah. I promise I'll get back to you. I feel like um, David and Sarah have been waiting for a long time. I had a lot of beloveds who are named Sarah from since Egypt, since I was a kid. That's beautiful. This name is always like a good omen. I think the first message is coming through um, is to be proud of what you've done already. A-hole? Why are you being an a-hole to yourself? You've had some milestones you're not talking about. You're keeping it super DL, and that's good because I think, well, okay, you've had milestones and challenges that are both new, that are both coming up in the business together, and that's a lot. At the same time, um, حبيبتي يا سارة. Always, always, always. Um, and I well, we should. I promise I'll get back. We need a longer talk. Need a longer talk. Um, dude, you know, you're getting to the point where you want to change your name again as a person. Literally, you want to like, you know, you don't want to suppress it this time, and you're channeling all that energy into like the business, and that's such a beautiful and productive way to do it because you're building that family for you and Sarah, and you're building that space for that world, that moment when you might actually change your name again. And that's serious. I don't know why that came up. But I think so you're doing the steps. You're doing the steps. You're like, I want to be sustainable away from this horrible, oppressive, supremacist world. And I want to still build comfort for myself and my family and the people that I consider family. And this business is my way to do it. And I genuinely enjoy doing parts of it. And I'm discovering that. And these are all technical things. I'm literally multi and transforming right now, you know, and I'm just trying to like, kind of find the structure to support that. I don't know why this needed to be said here and here, but maybe it needs to be said here too. So I think that like the first step that's coming up is just getting more confidence from what you've already built. Like the challenges, unfortunately, are at some point meant to get bigger because the accomplishments got bigger. So whatever milestone you just hit with your business, with the small business, whatever new, there's like a new product, there's like one new thing, and maybe it's not selling as well as the things before, but that's how the things before started. And I'm sounding redundant because it's all things you're saying, but that's a milestone. I also feel that you have bigger territory that you want to hit with different boundaries. And I think that having someone who is ethical, but that you still can ask for advice, and you can take it with a grain of salt, that you can take from them what you want to take and not take what you don't want to take. And it might be as boring as like going to the bank and talking to someone about a business loan, even if you don't do it, just to kind of like, I love this expression in Arabic, gisnabt, feeling a pulse. It's a way of like feeling a pulse on something means I'm just like checking the pulse on it. I'm just checking, I'm getting basic information, or I'm checking this is a viable avenue or not. That's all it is, you know. Um, I feel like I'm gonna get lost in, I'm gonna say like specifics that are not related because I never have my own business. But I do feel like there's people that you can talk to just within the influence of I'm trying just within the sphere of finding out information about the next step you need to take in your business. um I don't think it needs to be like a course or something complicated than like that. If you feel that, I don't know, I don't think so, I don't feel it, but sometimes it feels like that. It's gonna grow and you're gonna be traveling, or at least that's the vision you have. I don't know if I saw your vision or if I saw it actually happening, but I saw like an RV or something like that, minivan. And if other things are getting complicated, don't let it derail you. If housing or whatever is getting complicated, it doesn't mean that the business is getting complicated. It means the housing is getting complicated. Like, really, really give yourself credit for the milestones. And I swear it'll bring a lot more ease. I don't know what you're even LOLing about, but um, yeah. But it feels like hanging out, where we're just like, no matter what's coming to shit, there's like full tears, mascara, and we're like laughing every other sentence. I'm sorry if there was a certain family disappointment recently, and See, because we're so connected, like messages that are super specific come up. Just know that the way that you show love um, is already known and felt. So if you needed to break from someone, they already know you love them. Certain family member. And you're not breaking forever. You're just busy. Allow yourself to be just busy. You don't have to explain anything. Allow yourself to be just busy. And if you need me, I'm here. You know? It is a way of asking for support, but it can be a way of asking for support that breaks old patterns that are unhealthy. I'm asking for support right now to trust that I'm working hard. And if you need me, I'll be here. I'm sorry I can't be on the phone as much right now. It's a hanging cliff, but it honors the love between the two of you. Is any of this making sense? Keep doing booths and I know the traveling logistics are so weird right now, but it feels like an important part of what you do, and it feels like it feels like it's exhausting. There's no comfort in what I'm about to say. It's exhausting, but being like stationary or working in the same place is going to exhaust you even more. I'm sorry, friend. It's having a business the first 3 years is like having a kid. We're just crying at 3 a.m. Yeah, it's tough. It's crying at 3 a.m. Um, and I've never had neither. I've never had a business or a kid. I've been very close and still am very close to people who have businesses and kids. And I was a teacher. That was the closest to being a parent. I helped raise a kid when I was a kid. Um, so I know from that limit. Yeah, you cry at 3 a.m. Exactly. That's the business waking you up. It's the business waking you up. 3 a.m. Change my diaper. I love that the magician card came up though. I know I've showed you this before about how in the magician card there is the traditional Rider Waite has all four suits, pentacles. Oh my god, pentacles, wands, cups, sword. It's a beautiful card about being ready. I don't know who that person you need to talk to, but I think there's like, I don't know what it is. There's a next step. I don't think it's licensing, but there's a next step and you need to talk to someone about it. There is a next step and you need to talk to someone about it who knows more. That song is going to be important. I think if you even like plug out from the business for a while and release this song and not judge it, pray to God, don't judge it. Dude, it's such a beautiful song. Please don't judge it. Don't judge your inner Rage Against the Machine. Like, don't judge his song, man. Don't judge his song. It's so beautiful. Um, we need it. We need it. Take 3 days to just do the song. That's the plugging out. It's still hard work. And it's like hard work where you're doing something else, you know, where, like Sarah got the baby for the 3 days and you're doing that. And the same for like if Sarah got like all this other stuff also that you're brewing in your mind that are like beautiful, like birds chirping. But sometimes, birds chirping at 6 a.m., you just want them to go the fuck to sleep. And the creative projects feel like that. The same thing, like going ham on one of the projects. Um, and I know it's not much of a break, but you know that dude got the baby for a while. Um, I feel bad, but I feel bad delivering this message because I know our world is so messed up in that it doesn't. It's unnatural, and it's meant to be unnatural to keep us from growing. The work cycle, the capitalist work cycle. But honestly, I feel like the way out of the exhaustion part with this one is because of where you all are now and what you're building. It's not going to be less work as much. Maybe there will be moments of less work as there should be, of a full night's sleep, etc. It's not going to be less work as much as it is um, shifting from working on the business to working on something else. Um, and I know that's a lot, but it ends. It's not forever. It's not forever. And I hate that advice sometimes because it's again, it's that capitalist advice. But it's also like, we can take it as like an advice of resistance for each other. Like all the liberation work we're doing right now is not forever. Palestine will be free, right? Like there's a way to see, like, it's different if you're building something in a very like selfish or entitled way versus I'm building something that is for family, for like, for liberation, for future, for my people, for me to restart a family legacy that is in integrity with this world, that is not just trying to like separate and be more privileged as a way to get out of our past suffering, etc., 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 etc. And when you're doing that, sometimes you do get a motivation to work. The adrenaline rush is impossible. You have no idea how you did it. And it's because of the goal is noble. That's different. It's not because I'm trying to be someone's um, model minority or cog in a machine, etc. It is because my motivation is noble, and it gave me the adrenaline I needed. The strategy would be to switch back and forth. Yeah, leaning into creative projects, exactly, like leaning into different forms of work versus if if you wake up, it's like sometimes you reach, even in creative projects, you reach a point where I can't keep working on the song. I'm done. I have to move away from it. So you don't want the business to be that song. Move away from it. Do work on something else and come back. You know, there's a song. I'm hoping it's gonna get recorded soon. Um, it means a lot to me, but also I'm kind of on someone else's time because I don't have the funds and everything. But someone started a song about giving up in April. The beat is phenomenal. The vocals are phenomenal. It's actually a beautiful song. And left space in the second verse and wanted someone to be the second verse and showed it as an afterthought to me in the middle of other 4 or 5 tracks that they wanted a collaborator. And this one was like, I don't know what to do with it. And that was the one I picked up and I wrote to it. And it's about not giving up. And it's clearly about Gaza without saying Gaza. Um, and there is another song that's clear about Gaza while saying Gaza. And again, I'm trying all the different strategies. And I love that song so much. And I love part of its story of how, at least the way this person talked about the song and different ideas of the song, once I picked it up and did that verse in December. Something that in April, he was like, I can't keep working and I'm done. There's no more things I can do with this track. And you don't want the business to be that. You don't want anything in your life to be that. If it feels like, in your heart you will never abandon it, it's just your body that's shutting down to tell you, dude, um you're banging your head against the wall. I know you're not leaving. I know you love me. I know you love this project, but what you're trying is getting repetitive, and that's okay. Yeah. And unfortunately, again, adding to that, the fact that we live in a capitalist cycle that's built on repetitiveness, unfortunately, and replication, versus creativity and new ways. So unless it's very controlled and patented and sold and bought in specific ways. Anyways, so one way to take back your time is to redistribute your love, your labor of love, in different labors of love, you know? And acknowledge that it's all work. When you spend the day with Sarah, you're investing in your future and your relationship. I got some singing to do. I got some singing to do. I just remembered something. That day was so sweet. Thank you both. Man, they came through. They brought food. I I had I had incense, but it was way too much. It almost I don't think it set the fire alarm, but it was pretty smoky. That day was very sweet. We recorded some samples with the drum. It was like a couple of hours packed with more of our authenticity, and I'm really grateful for that. And the live is about to end again because it ends every hour. I'm gonna probably close out of it. I still have like a minute and a half. But dude, I want to make sure first. What did you think of this message? Ah, not the emojis. Um, everybody follow dude is dead. Thank you a million times. Right back. Sorry, I had no better words than what you said. Thank you. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you, Sarah, for your friendship. Thank you both. I'm glad. I'm very, very grateful the message landed. 100% super mom. Then it's gonna the live is gonna close. The live is gonna close. I love you, Sarah. I love you, Sarah, second Sarah, and David, and dude. Try not to say names. We're gonna have poems from vessels. Super mom, super normal, clutch, super normal clutch. Um, I'm definitely gonna do your question. If you don't mind, I'm gonna restart the live. Please rejoin the live and type the question, like the clearest question form you'd like. Suggested donation Miriam Melodic for Venmo. I'll be back. We still have more poems, more readings. Y'all are still here. I love everybody. I'll be back.
And in 2 days, we will go back to a land where we are not equal. I'm living under a civilian law, and Basel is under military law. We live 30 minutes from one another, but I have voting rights. Basel is not having voting rights. I'm free to move where I want in this land. Basel is, like millions of Palestinians, locked in the occupied West Bank. This situation of apartheid between us, this inequality, it has to end. Standing in front of you now, me and Basel are the same age. I am Israeli, Basel is Palestinian. And in 2 days, we will go back to a land where we are not equal. I'm living under a civilian law, and Basel is under military law. We live 30 minutes from one another, but I have voted.
I'm gonna wait for everybody to rejoin. I actually forgot you guys were here on YouTube, and I kind of like that. So you heard the live, huh? You heard the video I was seeing. I like that I forgot that you were here. You got to see me very genuinely. Um Thank you so much, La. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm gonna wait till more people join. The reactions that you saw were first me being very grateful that money was donated, because I need it right now, as a lot of us are in different places of, um, some of us way more than me. Um, and at the same time, the video that you saw was just a surprise to me because I grew up never hearing someone say what that video was saying. So thank you for being here on YouTube when you saw that. There was a moment, vessels, where, as I was going between, lives, I forgot that YouTube was still on, and I had very genuine reactions to videos on Instagram and, things I received, and I think that's beautiful. That was documented, vulnerable but beautiful. Everybody follow River Queer Leatherwork. Everybody, even if you follow the other account, follow this account, please, 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 please. Very like transformative moments with leather are like on the other end of that account, on the other end, um, of, just River and, their beauty, all of their beauty and all of their presences, and, yeah, in a way that's was key, like the way that leather, the way that they, show up exactly in the moments when, um, I needed family, and I hope we'll keep reconnecting in that way. River Gardenia, phenomenal, phenomenal poet. Um, what is or should be a powerhouse in Orlando and elsewhere. Your voice will be everywhere. Um, so, super normal clutch. I want to make sure. Are you the person who just donated under law? Are you the person who just donated, on Venmo? Thank you so much, everybody who donated. It was one of the genuine reactions that happened here on YouTube. Oof, yeah, got you, Ardinia. So I want to make sure, super normal clutch. That wasn't you? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much to whomever who donated. If you are the person who donated and, you'd like a reading in the chat, please let me know it was you. Super normal, not taking it for granted. Thank you so, so much for donating any amount you can. I'm suggesting 15 per reading, but please, um, only for certain circumstances and ways that the funds move to, you know, um, really from a place of help and support, that we will all be capable of doing right now, whilst I mean soon, while still being well ourselves. So thank you so much for supporting my work. I'm suggesting 15, but any amount, will go a long way, and I appreciate you. Um, Gardenia, be on my mind, but, with psychic connections, I try to like be focused and, consensual. But you're on my mind. I just want to say that. And, okay, so I'm guessing Supernova Clutch, you just donated? Thank you so, so much. I'm guessing that was you. And, feel free to, leave your question in the chat, and then, I will dig into it. I will do the prayer with you. That was you. Perfect. Beautiful. We're going to breathe together. I'm going to close my eyes and start doing my prayer. Feel free to join me. And at the same time, feel free to take that energy and repost the question from, whatever place that feels that feels like this is how I want to ask the question. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about I want to make it clear for Miriam, or I want to make it specific, or how's it going to land with them. This is one space where you don't have to worry about that. How do you want to ask the question? I'm going to pray. When I come back, we're going to address it. Sounds good? We got more poems on deck, everybody. Let's go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم. Thank you so much for reposting the question, dear. I'm gonna go back to turning on the music. Sorry, 1 second. Here it is. Here we go. Sarah's back! Starlight is back. Thank you everybody for coming back. So, super normal clutch. My question is how to think about showing up for my conversation with M tomorrow about our likely parting. Thank you. Thank you so much for trusting me with this question. I mean, they're all beautiful things. I do think, I don't know if you're going to, I think that being open to different possibilities that may happen between the two of you is going to be important because it feels like what you both have is so strong. It's been around for a while, but not that long a while compared to at least other things. That's relative. But it's been so strong, and the parting might take a while, like steps. The parting might take like gradual steps. If what I'm saying is redundant, please feel free to confirm or let me know otherwise. These steps might have already been even happening, but the parting is like it's taking or will take some kind of while. Ali, thank you so much for coming back. You know what I mean? So like, um, it sounds so basic, but I think taking care of your basic physical needs before like hydrating and eating, not letting the nerves get, so important because for your nervous system, I mean, that's part of the horror of the attack of starvation is like um, um, you're being reduced of your full capacities when you don't have nourishment, right? So that's how thinking of the siege on Gaza that's been ongoing and how it's intensifying right now. Thinking about systems of inequality that starve us, or that the idea of starving others. There's a way that you can be kept dull by being fed like regimented food or regimented things. There's a way to also being starved or not having what you need. Sometimes we even do it to ourselves. We think that it's like, I need to step into this from a place of like not being full to be in the full weight of what's happening, that I'm about to separate from this person and possibly separate from them. So I need to be fully like, I can't be happy. I can't be not happy. I can't be satiated. But I think it's not about satiation as much as it is about being in your full capacity as a person. And that does require hydration. That does require having a proper meal before the conversation and literally planning that and not devaluing that. Um, I think another thing is, again, it just feels like it's in steps. I don't know if tomorrow's going to be like some finality, but it will be a step towards finality. So I hope that's bringing more ease and anxiety. If you're seeking finality, just know that it's still a step in towards finality, not towards ambiguity. It's just that it might be in steps because of the depth of what you both have shared. And to read your comment, thank you for this reminder. I'm sick right now, and I think it's connected to sadness about this. And yes, have been eating little. I really felt that. Thank you for confirming that I did. I felt that that was important. I felt that that was really important. And know that again, it's a way to honor bringing all of your capacities. It's a way to connect with how everybody else deserves that too. It's all Jake. Everybody follow It's All Jake. I'm giving shout outs all day. Everybody follow It's All Jake. Amazing, amazing, amazing poet. Um, I don't know if I would have settled into Portland as much as I did without Jake, the poet and the friend. And I'm really grateful for you. Very, very, very grateful for you. Such beautiful people. I'm so freaking lucky and so blessed to live and resist and breathe with all the paths that I've crossed and have crossed mine. I love you too, friend. I love you, Jake. Please follow Jake, everybody, and read their work. Um, I do feel that there is a sense that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there's a sense that you want to separate. Your heart is broken by this heartbreak, sorrow. Wow, we said it at the same time, heartbreak. Um, One of the heartbreak, heartbreak, heartbreak. That word is on my mind on repeat. Heartbreak, heartbreak, heartbreak. Um, I would love to read your poem, Jake. I really would love to read your poem. Boundaries with family. Yeah, it's essential, Saro. It's essential, especially with family. I think for, I almost said your name, but I don't want to say any names that I know here. For super normal clutch. Um, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and you can even share privately. There's a way that a part of me, nobody's interrupting anything. No one's interrupting. Jake, you're not interrupting one bit. This is part of the flow and part of the joy, and I think it's making all of us, literally all of us, like better listeners, that you're all open to the way I share space. I still keep the focus, but I acknowledge everybody. Teaching taught me that. Teaching was so beautiful in that. Teaching was like, how do I listen to a full room while still committing the service that I promised them today? Oof. Thank you, students. Taught me how to do that. And we all deserve to share spaces in that way, every single one of us. Ambivalent about separating, but I don't quite know what other options there are. Okay, that's beautiful, beautifully said. Thank you. That gives me a clear picture. Um, I love you all. Thank you for being here as you are. Um, I think that whatever that happens soon, whatever you both decide, and that's one thing I maintain ethically. I don't talk about beginnings and endings in a definitive way because I feel like that's taken away from your authority. Super. And I never want to do that. So beginning and ends, whether it's life and death, relationship and getting together, blah blah. But I will say, whatever that you both conclude will be towards your big deep breath of sigh of relief, and you're literally Nine of Cups, the dreams coming true. You manifesting the life that you want. That you, I mean, coming together did come up. It's the strongest card for relationship. It's weird that that came up, so it might mean that you both will stay together. I think whatever happens, and I promise I see the questions in the chat. I'll get to you. I'll get to you both very, very shortly. And you're in my heart, and I'm gonna read your words soon. I think what's happening, super normal, is I think that ambivalence is the problem, and I am feeling it. And I'm sorry if I'm saying that so bluntly. I'm saying that with just an incredible amount of love. Like imagine like a drop of flavor of the bluntness in like this much love. That's what's happening. Alhamdulillah for the water. May we all have it soon. I think what's happening is the ambivalence is um, something that you both share, and it's not honoring the way that you both want to show up for each other right now. Um, I think the ambivalence is safer than facing the clarity of where you both are heading or not heading. And I'm so sorry I'm saying it that way. But I think whatever movement you both make will be the movement where you feel passion. And I think tomorrow in conversation, follow the passion, you know, nourishing the body so it's in a calm state to be able to hold the passion calmly and strongly and confidently and in a rooted way. That said, you're preparing yourself for the passion, you know. Where do you feel the magnetism towards staying with them or leaving them? Where do you see the magnetism? When do they get animated? And when do they get, you know, this needs to be out. And this can need to be out from your relationship so that you can hold on to it and be literally the most important card in relationships that ever come up, the Two of Cups. Or this needs to be out so that you can be the most, like, the Nine of Cups is like the happiest you can be by yourself. It's really beautiful. The happiest you can be, pardon me, by yourself. By yourself. I think the Nine of Cups, like in the main arcana, is this person happy with cups around them, just doing this. Pardon me. Follow the passion. If they're resistant or triggered by following the passion, that can be a sign of where things need to go. Thank you so much for saying that. I just caught up to your messages. Exactly. I love that you said that. That is so much self love. For this chat, Supernormal Clutch said, wow, sounds like not too many wrong answers there. I love I don't know if, oh, did you mean that about me? I don't know if you meant that about me. The way I interpreted reading that is you're talking about yourself. There aren't that many wrong answers that you will have to tomorrow. That's how I interpreted it. I don't know if you meant it. Thank you if you meant it about like the reading. Um and yeah, like there aren't that many wrong answers to have about your love of self in the conversation tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so super normal college. Okay. Thank you so much for that. I understood it. I initially understood it in the sense of like you like it's beautiful you're giving that sentence to me. I read it as to you. There aren't too many wrong answers you can have about tomorrow. It's just about like caring for this vessel is about to carry a lot of emotions tomorrow, you know? Um and that's stuff with someone you've gotten very close with. Um and it's you know especially with being sick, making sure that this vessel is very loved and cared for in order to be ready for the. I mean, relationships are liberation work too, and every liberation work is a relationship. Sorry, I had to say this one, but it's true. Um, and for for tomorrow, supernormal clutch, like follow the passion. That's where the action is. That's where the unveiling is. You know, anything that feels like it's bringing stagnation or a shoulder shrug is festering in the body. It's despair and it's festering. um and you deserve to feel the throbbing of a nervous system that knows direction or at least is pursuing direction, you know. In a relationship, you deserve to share that with another nervous system. You deserve to feel like an arrow every now and then, and to know that that's allowed fully in a space in a relationship. So follow that and let them follow that. And it's interesting. It's not telling me what the end is like, but both are hearts. That's the best. Both are cups. That's the best house for relationships. But it is saying certain things about like follow the fire, take the lead. Three of Wands, take the lead, follow the fire. Solar plexus, confidence, and then observing. That was the part about observing, like doing a body scan. At least how I interpreted it. And also observe their path. Observe when they come alive and when they go. That will give you all the clues. There aren't, exactly as you said it, sounds like not too many wrong answers here. Yes. Please let me know if that was helpful. The readings one on one are a lot more detailed, by the way, y'all. They kind of like go into back and forth questions. Please share the poem, Jake. Please share the poem, Jake. If you, I don't know if you're still here, but let's email soon. I don't care how busy life gets. Let's email soon. But I also, with gentleness, I also care, of course, if you're busy. Um, Sarah said that, so catching up on two comments that I missed. The first one from Sarah. Never understood what does it mean. What does it mean heartbreak romantically and with family? Okay. I think heartbreak happens when our heart is disappointed, when our heart thought something was going to go a certain way and it doesn't. And that's when our heart breaks. When we thought that there was something that was sacred or true, and we see that it's not treated as sacred or true, but we really, really believe that it should. And that's when our heart breaks. Every heart breaking for Gaza right now, and literally feeling it. I physically um, is your heart is breaking because it held something as true. Even if there was occupation before, even if there was genocide before, it held something as true that was broken. Heartbreaks with family happen because there's whether a lot of times with family it's hard to say that it was individually dictated. A lot of times it's mutual and it involves a crew. Even if someone dominated the crew, or even if the crew is more cultural and surrounding us, our heart breaks when we feel like love of family should immediately and automatically translate into a form of action or a form of relationship, and then an action breaks that. An action breaks that what we thought was unbreakable, and that's when it's not your arm or your nose or even your wallet. It's your heart. It's your heart. Your heart is about the most fundamental beliefs about a situation or a relationship breaking. Um, and the only way to recover from that heartbreak, the only way to recover from that heartbreak is to renew your commitment with others to that world and to say, this time we'll act on it together. Now, it might be the same people that broke your heart. Sometimes it's irreparable, it has to be with other people, at least until there's more space to consider whether that break can be redeemed or not with the people that broke it. But sometimes it needs to be with others. That applies politically, socially, individually. What world are we building? Can we communicate it clearly and verbally and repeatedly? And can we follow it up with actions? And then your heart begins to mend and know that some truths can be collectively held and honored again. Starlight, my question is, how do I know the land I dream for my earth based somatic therapy practice and home is ready to receive me and the community? Thank you so much, Starlight. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so much. I just read your comment. Supernormal Clutch. Thank you so, so, so much for what you shared um, about the time sensitivity. Thank you. I'm so grateful that our times aligned in that way. Sarah, doing a reading with my childhood friend would be one of the most amazing things in the world. Sarah, خلاص يعني نتكلم على الماسنجر ونظبط أنا وأنتي بقى مع بعض. I really, really would love to do a reading with you. Sarah, that would be a gift to me. That would be really beautiful. Um, يعني في المسج أو على WhatsApp we'll organize it together. Through Habibi, big love. Thank you for joining. Miss your presence, miss your energy. Hi, one person on YouTube. I don't know who you are. Feel free to introduce yourself in the chat. I'm gonna do your question now. I love you too. I love you too, Hobby. I love you too, Amos. Take good care of yourself, Habibi. Let's go into your question, Starlight. I'm gonna reread it again. We're gonna lock in the energy. Um, Feel free to do the same in the way that feels right to you. I do it with prayer, and then inshallah we'll dig into it. My question is, how do I know that the land I dream for my earth-based somatic therapy practice and home is ready to receive me and the community? Big smile to the aspiration itself. Let's go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد العصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لإلاف قريش إلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. Let's go. Miss you too, Jake, and please email me. Yes, let's do our reading soon. Let's do our reading soon, my love. Hi again, person on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. Starlight. I might ask you a couple of yes or no questions. Is that okay? Let's practice. Your reading might go a little different. It might have some yes or no questions. May I ask you some yes or no questions, dear? What up, RJ? What's goody? Okay, thank you, Starlight. So, the first question is there a specific plot of land that you're already thinking about? And it feels like it's shared with other people. Always up late, always a night out. If I have the choice, I'm a night out. You already know, RJ. RJ is a wonderful, wonderful neighbor and stylist. Everybody, please, please, please follow RJ. Has a wonderful, wonderful storefront, Royal Black, in Orlando, Florida. Please come through, support his events. We work on the same block. He kicks my butt at chess. I'm not happy about that. But hey, can't win at everything. Thank you for the love, RJ. Starlight Healer, that was what I felt subtly. I didn't feel it as directly as you just said it, to be very honest. I felt like there was a plot that you have your eye on, but there's a hesitation. It's like there's a fence and you're on the other side of the fence looking at it and you're hesitating. Oh no, not the chessboard. RJ bought a chessboard. That means you have your own. You don't have to wait till I bring mine. Ugh. Fine. I will lose until I win. Game on. I'm gonna be very honest with you, Starlight. I felt this like dip within me. And Starlight, I could be very, very, very wrong. I'm always accountable to being wrong. You can always come back and tell me, Miriam, you were wrong. I feel like for now, it's not a permanent space. It's like temporary. I feel like you are the space right now. It's a little bit of a rogue, a little bit of a lone wolf, a little longer. Joining certain spaces with a tent or with a temporary presence or come back next week. Something really beautiful does await you and that gives you sovereignty. And I hate to say it, it will still be I don't know why I'm feeling it this way. It will still be some kind of lone wolf thing. So even though you'll be working with other people, you're not going to be as much in a tight knit community with them. It's your own thing. And as hyper individualist as that seems, it doesn't apply to everybody. There's a couple you're going to click it with. Um, and it will feel like more sovereignty for your practice. And it will come with more of the still more of the lone wolf work, where people are coming to you on Zoom, people are coming to your space, you're coming to their space. There are beautiful outdoor spaces and plots, but they're more like temporary hosting. Something so powerful and even bigger. The space, I don't know why I'm feeling this, and subhanAllah, I'm always so hesitant when I see stuff like that because I'm a big believer in like sovereignty. I'm a big believer, yeah, I'm Muslim. So I don't believe in like bluffing. I believe that like the truth, the ultimate truth is with Allah and Allah only. Um, no, people feel very differently about that. I respect all responses to that. And at the same time, I never want to take away from your sovereignty and your discovery. But I did get a hint. And the hint is that space, when you find it, will be bigger than the one you said no to right now, in the larger sense. Like your space might be smaller or the same size or something, but you'll be part of something bigger. I don't know if that's already, if you got your eye on something like that right now. And even though it might feel too commercial at the surface, the way that it's being held by the owners and the way that it's being held by some of the people there will actually feel healthier and more communal than the very tight knit thing that is being offered to you right now. The tight knit thing that's offered to you right now, something, it feels like someone who's going through a lot and demands for people to heal their wounds a little too much, and that takes away from your work. Whereas going into something that's not so leader focused and that's focused about how do we steward the space together, even if it's a bigger space and even if you're not as close with everybody there, will feel a lot more honoring and will take a while to come to you. That is very genuinely, Allah's my witness. That's what I don't know where these messages are coming from, but that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if they resonate or not, but I think there's still more community to build as a lone wolf. You are the space right now. I hope that makes sense. I know these decisions are big, y'all. I'm so grateful to you for trusting me with these questions. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No amount of money amounts to that. No amount of money. Thank you for supporting me financially in this world. It's a big deal, and I physically, we all need it. And at the same time, there's no price on the trust you're giving me. Seriously. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, it feels like you've already passed it. Okay, beautiful. I do have my sight on a larger community and only being a piece. Oof. Little speaker needs a charge. I really appreciate this little speaker. It's a sweet gift. Um, okay, I'm gonna need to charge it. Be right back, everybody. As Genevieve just came back, I want to see if vessels we are still here because we are at the point where once more Starlight, unless you'd like clarifications, please let me know. But once more, the queue is formed, ebbed and flowed. Now it's done. Please let me know if I forgot anyone. And we're getting to the point where I'm going to switch into another poetry book. We have the author literally right here. The author is Vessels We Are. I'm going to charge the speaker. I'm going to grab the book. I'm going to be literally here. You're going to probably hear me move around. But be right back. Yep, yeah. Hold on. Remember that song feels like a collective message. Sometimes the collective message is, if a song is stuck in your head, sometimes it's good to trust that. But the song that was repeating in my head, it's been repeating for a couple of days. Two of them. And I feel like they're directly, I'd love to maybe find the people I can creatively cover the songs with, or they want to cover the songs, to sing back to Gaza, to sing back to Palestine, and Palestine al-Hurra, and the free Palestine, the free, and what the chorus. If you know the song by Coldplay, just because I'm losing doesn't mean that I'm lost. Just keep remembering that. Doesn't mean that I'll starve. That I'll starve, literally. Um, on top of the fact that you're not losing, on top of the fact that we're not losing, on top of the fact that Gaza's not losing, but even in moments where you see the numbers, just remember that it's the ones that murder/martyr that are lost. And remember that in your own struggles, we're not lost. If we feel like we're losing under the current system, it's just a byproduct of challenging it. I just realized I didn't even see this the first time I opened the gift. But that's for me, that's not for the live. Okay, it is time for the grand reveal of your name. I love you, Heidi Andrea Restrepo Rhodes. And this is your second book, and it's very beautiful. And I really want to thank you for sending it to me. And I just realized that here, this is correct, and this is a little bit of an upside down situation. So here it is in its glory. Yes, yes, everybody, send all the love to Heidi. Send all the love to Heidi. Their first book was so powerful. Made it all the way to Portland when I was staying there. I found it at Ani Gallery. We're so grateful for you, Heidi. When you love hard, and you love soft, and I'm grateful for you. I'm really grateful for you. I'm attracted to this one. I'm attracted to the one that held the page instead of being held by it and twisted it aside. And it's on page 13. Let's go, hologramma. I don't know why I don't know why this felt like a moment to show the two icons out here. I wake up, I see them. I see Gon and Killua if you're a fan of anime. Hold up. I see this sketch of Gon and Killua by my students. I see my Sipha and Dad's Sipha. Of course, I see Nina Simone and James Baldwin. And I see Flistine. And I see Flistine borderless and loved by Egypt and Jordan. And I start the day. And I look in the mirror and I say, damn, you again? Same person? I love you, I guess. That was a joke, but kind of real sometimes. Hologramma, I love that emoji collage. All right. I am reading from Ephemeral by Heidi Andrea Restrepo Rhodes. Vessels We Are, who's with us right now. Sonnet for the study of the earth in dream state. In the dream, even the poppies have eyes, their indigo pupils refusing slumber. And isn't the whole world a procession of watchful animacies? As mycelia conferencing with the birches, The raking pull of slaughtered histories. Mm. The muscle in my right leg accuses me, limping. I am a contraction of debts, an agitation of separations, moaning visions, these rivers, undone, planetary and capillary, the wound, field unto field, a registry of poisonings. Oh my God, I have to read that again. Wait, rewind. Moaning visions, these rivers undone, planetary and capillary, the wound, field unto field, a registry of poisonings. I lean into a butterfly's short and storm brewing life. The story and the sadness are the same. The sadness and the pain are the story. The story in pain twins the groaning earth, its disastered wants. But there is more than what winds down from conquest. My brittle tooth stands guard, tending my tongue its poetry. The boulder mines the ravine, awakens from the surreal nightmare of human estrangements, metrics divorced from seasons, dams, extractions, and time counted small. The fig and the wasp, and I, a strange sky staggering. We, the touch of lovers, our hungers profiting no one. The grasses sing, the ice sings, away, away. And then the sea, its ancient inventions, bellowing something about a fool's paradise. Erected brick by machine, made brick. Her blue holler, an exiled frequency. Come on, everybody. Do emoji snaps right now. The best compliment I never said it out loud, but whenever it's a poem, the best way to say it is like that fucked me up. I don't know how else to say it. And I just realized the few poems that hit where that one did, in the place where that one did, that was what I would want to say. That fucked me up. Um I see the hearts both here. Um Thank you so much for writing this. Um it's you know, it just like put a mic to the heartbreak of separating from earth and separating from one's indigeneity, and while never separating at the same time, and the tenderness and tenseness of that taught and still there and constantly hammered and challenged um chord. It's really powerful. Thank you for that. Heart swells, yeah. We're gonna be, so every book we're reading 2 to 3 poems from. So there is going to be more. There's definitely going to be more of us picking from ephemeral. Heidi Andreas, Restrepo Roads is here right now. If you are on Instagram, as Vessels We Are, please follow them right now. This is such a profound gift. Thank you so, so much. This is food right now, and I'm very grateful for you. Um, I'm speechless from this poem. And the earth would be a dream state if we all felt this poem. Um, so thank you for that. Sonnet for the study of the earth as a dream state. Who would like a collective reading, a brief collective reading? Well, the queue is open. The queue is still open, and feel free to donate if you'd like. Definitely feel free to donate if you'd like to ask a specific question. But who would like an interlude with a brief collective reading? This poem felt like a collective reading. All poems are. This one had a big arm's reach though. Thank you, Heidi. Damn. Damn, that fucked me up. It was beautiful. Oh my god. So I know I didn't get like confirmation if I can do the collective reading, but the imagery that came up, it's the Three of Cups, but it's more the imagery. It's the heartbreaking. It's the crack in the heart. What I'm hearing, and I don't know if I want to fully sink into that sentence, but I'm gonna follow it instead of judging it. Yes, the silhouettes holding each other. Another childhood friend, Asma, is one of the friendship loves of my life. We were in middle school and we hung out a lot and we were very creative together. بحبك دايما يا أسماء دايما يعني nothing no miles no years will ever change that, and I'm grateful for you, and you're a guiding light, and you're very persistent. عندك إصرار that I admire, and that still comes with kindness, and I love that about anybody. That insistent kindness, is powerful. For the collective reading, the sentence I heard is heartbreak is the new normal, and it's a bit of a pun from the universe because it obviously shouldn't be. However, we inshallah will hug each other soon. Yani, inshallah it won't be that long. Inshallah we'll hug each other soon, and I'll hug Egypt soon. I miss my home country a lot. I've been away a lot, too long. I miss it a lot. And it will be ours again. You know what I mean by that, inshallah. It'll be for all of us again. Muhim. For the collective reading, heartbreak is the new normal. I think the only light in the crack in that sentence is if we all hold it together. Don't let people hold their heartbreak alone right now. I think that's our first task. That's our first invitation. Because I don't know if there's a way to not be heartbroken right now, at least within the limitations of what it means to be this journey, this being, this person, this human, the terms we contend with, this person. And I think that we are called to witness and we are called to experience. And however much of our experience involves embodied, like body on the line, or witness of bodies on the line, or being falling somewhere in the middle, um, your heart is breaking. And the fact that it's the new normal, um, has the revolutionary rest that you're not alone. You have to finally break this very persistent curse of the possibility of being alone in this, and you're not. I'm not. We're not. Um, the ways out of the heartbreak are not the goal anymore, but they are the commitment still, and they are the process still, and they are um, the planet in a dream state that we're dreaming together. Yes, but it can't be a goal. Um, and I'm not trying to mince words, but I feel like there's a difference. A goal implies mastery or failure upon reaching the goal or not reaching it, whereas destination implies heading in that direction. You know, so the heartbreak, um, its mending is the destination, but no one should force a confession out of themselves or anyone else about. And there are times when we even I've done it. I've like, I want an answer by tomorrow, you know, especially my home country's involvement. The difference between how the people fear and what the government is doing couldn't be more. It's been drastic for a long time, but recent events are making it unbelievably um, unacceptable. And sometimes I feel like if I don't have an answer by tomorrow, I didn't do my job and I'm a piece of shit. And you can't do that. You can't do that with other people either. Um, you can't do that. We can't reduce ourselves to that. I know my destination. I know my destination is pure. I know my destination is clear. I know that with the first time I read the meme that was floating around that said, I wish you exactly what you wish upon the Palestinian people, I felt good because I'm wishing good things. And I know that everybody felt the shock of exactly how they feel. And I know that without any critical thinking, even without any analysis skills, I know what I felt the second I finished reading that sentence. Um, and that's the destination that I walk in with a heartbreak and big light through that crack. And the moments when I feel like if I don't have an answer by tomorrow on my desk from me, I'm firing myself. The moments when any of us feel that towards ourselves or towards someone else in our lives, trying to make us forget they're trying to make us forget the importance of being a witness. Being a witness is supposed to be about standing up. It's not supposed to be about judging. And I can't judge myself. Standing up now, I feel like I'm not making sense. Let me wait for it. Yeah, bearing witness is like about like a polished mirror and a word of truth and acts of resistance. And if I live or I die, I've lived honorably. Whereas judging and evaluating myself is almost putting like my ego's interpretation of the heartbreak above like the heartbreak is because the sound coming from Gaza was muffled, and the heart trying to hear it, it broke in the process because it's battling so many silences to try to get to that wavelength, and it broke. So the whole point is to listen. And if I'm only trying to evaluate myself by some kind of blueprint of what it means to resist or not to resist, versus keeping like the chamber got bigger for a reason and it's trying to reach and it's trying to hear, um, and that ironically will involve self-love even while I'm privileged, because it's not self-love that's indulgent, it's self-love because every human being deserves that unconditional beginning. And like here I am, I get to play this little journey, and I get to see what I'm going to do with it. I get to see how am I going to get to that goal of liberation exactly from here, you know. And that's the chip, that's the video game I'm playing. This is it, this is mine. And if I keep evaluating it or comparing it to some other starting point or some other finishing point, um, I've turned that organic relationship into another institution. And I think it is important to analyze everything as far as like being an institution that's socially informed. But I didn't find it satisfying when I was in academia to stop there. You know, I think where the poet and where um, other things kind of begin, where that ends, involves like um, don't let it be erased that we can have lives that are more direct and that are more connected with land, and that we don't have to struggle so much to try to express just to prove that it exists or that it's valid. And where our heart fluctuates more between joy and grief instead of consistent bombardment. And we need to remember that. And if I remember that, my expectations of myself will also fluctuate and be merciful instead of being such a tight deadline. Heartbreak is a new normal, but it opens your heart to a bigger form of loving your journey exactly where it started and knowing the clear destination instead of evaluating each and every step like a harsh teacher. That's not what heartbreak is supposed to teach us. Heartbreak is not a broken, um, contract. It's a broken barrier. Own your heartbreak. It feels very, very important right now. Merciful expectations of ourselves. Absolutely. Very, my God. It's the quickest road to liberation. It's the quickest A to B with the fucking metrics, even if we go there. I'm gonna close because closure for the long haul, exactly, and for the aftercare. After liberation, what are we doing? It's crucial for all of that. Thank you for saying that. Thank you so much, Vessels. 10, 9, 8. I'm gonna leave and come back. I'm just gonna leave and come right back. Um, and drink some water. I love you guys. No one here. Let's get it. Thank you for the one like. What's up, everybody? We're going to go a little bit more into live readings. Welcome, welcome. One person on YouTube. How are you? We're going to do some more live readings. If you would like a specific question, it's suggested donation $15 per question. This will probably be the last hour. I'm guessing this will be the last hour. So I'm gonna wait until more folks join. And then we'll read more poems. Gather more stamina together for the work ahead. So this will probably be the last hour. River, while it's just us, I don't know if anybody's gonna come. I don't know if I ever shared with you the cute thought that I had recently or not. But to name you, all of you, after different rivers. I'm gonna share that again with you on the messages. Hi, Sue. Welcome back, everybody. Hell yeah. I really love that you all love that. That's beautiful. It's like crossed my mind. It was such a cute thought last time. I'll share with you more about it privately. It's really sweet. So if you have a question, feel free to post it in the chat. The donations are optional. Strongly suggested this sign, but trust me, they are optional. I'm happy for your presence. If you have a question, definitely got you, River. If you have a question, please post it in the chat. Let me do a reading for you. Other than that, we're going to read more from Ephemeral um, by phenomenal queer poet and scholar, Heidi Andrea Restrepo Rhodes. Such a great book, great person. By the way, it is in English and Spanish, the whole book. So, some poems I noticed. Yeah, the whole thing is in English and Spanish. Yeah. I'm gonna read one more poem from Heidi's book, because I like that this one has vessel in the title, and vessel is the part of Heidi's tag on Instagram. Vessels underscore we no sorry vessels dot we dot r vessels dot we dot r is Heidi's tag. Please follow them. Please support the book. Let me read this one. The title is "If I Am a Keeper of Memory, My Body a Vessel of Lingerings." If I am a keeper of memory, my body a vessel of lingerings. All this ache shattering my tendons, my focus. The sound of mourning blurs me. My legs house the conundrum of pain, a night's depletion of dreams. I watch the swallows breakfast through the window, wish myself their wings. I want their dash. So I don't know. Words escape me in the brain's weather. Clouds roll in to play a restless algebra. Platelets dithering. I scrape my muscles to remind my blood it is a migratory creature too. There are days I cannot move. Enervated, I pray for vigor. I beg the sun to burn inside me, patch me up with hail spirit, a soundness of cells mended, a conflicted world in my veins, a conflicted world in my veins. I field the accusations of sloth from this horizontal plane. Nobody sees the ventricular battle, be leukocytes wielding swords. The birds I watch, I want their, what is the word? Something like sky hunger, aphasic episodes, obscure language, but it is not amnesia, not forgetting. There's more to the poem. I want to add, it's good that I paused here though. Heidi writes a lot about disability. And this describes so well. Raise your hand or put a heart if you go through fog brain, if you go through intense chronic pain or trauma experience that your brain fogs up and you forget language. This poem could have been perfect here. There's more. It is a fog over the map, a forcing of alternate routes. I want. I feel it, but I have no words. Only a gesture of bird lifted by wind. It is all desire, a circumlocution. Is all desire a circumlocution? If I am a keeper of memory, that's beautiful, is all desire circumlocution. If I am a keeper of memory, my body is a vessel of lingerings, a theater of catastrophe. All war is a kind of occupation, a haunting. There is not a generation of us that has not seen its threats and piles of ravaged flesh, afflicted and conflicted. With every cytokine storm, my body regathers, recollects. I am a synaptic conveyance of history reclined. Wow. The birds I watch, I want their, what is the word? What is the word? Not flood, not float. Something proximate and moved by seasons. In the grief cloud of my befores, I can't seem to find it. Something like a gathering of resiliences. What is the word? What is the word? I know it's rhymes. I know it rhymes with night. I am, I am, I am bird, wing, an aerodynamic and aviant thirst. That's so powerful. The flightiness of being alive with a chronic condition. The in betweenness, you're suspended like a bird between your pain, between the warring migrations within you, and the migration that you are. You're here and you're not here. You remember and you forget. What a beautiful poem. I was going to close by reading a poem of my own, but I think I'm going to just close here. Well, you know what? All right. Happy medium. I'm going to close by reading a poem of my own and then go into a prayer. A summoning, a manifesting, a realigning. That one did hit hard, huh? That one hit really hard. I'll send it to you, River. I'm going to go into the poem and then I'm going to look in the chat to see if there's any last questions. And if there isn't a question, then we're going to close. I'm looking at you, YouTube. I want to be a key in your chain, a ray of sunshine in your old place, a spray paint letter on the way back. I want to be the drink you had, the muddy steps you took and the footprints, and the memory that it spills. A word you spat in drunken stupor, a bitter sentence you swallowed became a silent tumor. I want to be the breath that heals you, the eyes that meet yours and melt your fears. A seismic root, a ride or die. I want to be your one night high. And when they dare, flood seas and stars with metal chains and bombs and monitored walls. I want to riot deep in your palm, in your tight fist, in your spare heart. And when they got you and you refuse to fall, I want to be your last call. I want to be more than a dream or a spell, that gender you once read about, that color, that smell. I'm flesh and silver spine, ancestral bone, silt of the stolen, born in patrol. I want to be borderless blood, not a mystery to be undone. And I would say I want a world where we can hone and long grow, but all I want this round is to be a fly, so dignified in my short life that I can quake, that I can want, then rest my wings, knowing I fought for you and you. I want to be a key in your chain, but you left the door unlocked the whole time, babe, and we will take it all back again. Let me send that intention with you. If you want me to say any intention out loud, any manifestation out loud, any prayer out loud, please post it in the chat. And please repeat out loud with me if you would like. I really think that speaking things out loud for so many eons of wisdom was considered powerful for a reason, not just to each other, but to everything that lives, and everything lives. I will start in my own way, out of all love, no expectation for you to start in the way that I will, okay? I want to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for bringing us here. Thank you for the breath of life that courses through us. Thank you for animating us. Thank you for being the animator and the animation. Thank you for being above every definition we've ever had of Allah, of God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here and for being definable and defined in ways that form relationship with us. Again, please form in the chat anything you'd like me to say out loud as we close. Ya Allah, bring victory to Gaza, bring victory to its people, bring reconciliation within the hearts of its people among each other. Ya Allah, please reconcile the hearts of Gazans towards each other. These are tense times, and they have seen too much. Please never let them lose the love that they have for each other and the love that they have for the land. Everything else can be divided or can be turned against them, but never turn them against each other, Ya Allah. Keep their hearts pure for each other and towards the land and towards Palestine. Ya Allah, from this healing point, from this healing focal point, please enact this love within all of our hearts. Please enact this integrity within all of our hearts. Please have us listen to each other. Please have us actually respect each other's interiority. Please have each other's exteriority be like one stroke in the ocean. One stroke in the ocean, forever foaming in its own unique and different ways, but one stroke towards liberation, towards the freedom of Palestine, towards the freedom of all the places and all the peoples from the oppressive monstrosities that have set up their tent for now in Palestine. Freedom for the people of the Eastern Congo, freedom for the people of Sudan, both Sudans, freedom for the indigenous people of the Americas, freedom for the peoples who are suffering, whether we know their names or their struggles or don't, freedom for all of us. Ya Allah, make us all accountable to our privileges and replace our privileges with genuine presence. Ya Allah, make us willing to interrogate it and to weaponize it, but also to let go of our privileges when the time is right. Because there are times where we don't have to be those creatures that are constantly measuring privileges and oppressions. We can actually lay both of them down. You have shown me this vision. You have shown so many of us this vision. It's a whole other world and it's here. And inshallah, we'll keep bringing it here. Ya Allah, let us hug each other tighter. Let us hug ourselves tighter. Ya Allah, protect us from our own egos and the egos around us that transform our pain into more ego and into repetitive cycles of sacrifice. Ya Allah, please, please, if we must sacrifice, let it be consensual and let us be joined and let it be seen. Let it be seen by us and for us until the time when we no longer need to sacrifice but can just live. Ya Allah, for both people that are here with me and everybody that's going to be here with me, whether they're going to watch this later or maybe they're just here with me in any other way, bring us our heart's deepest liberation. Bring us our heart's deepest presence. Never bring us shame for our desires. Let us hold our desires with responsibility and with actual desire. Let us hold ourselves in non dual ways, but also in ways that clarify and sharpen our ethics. Please remember every spell, the spell that River left with me, that I left on my altar for a long time, that I still have, every healing spell, every loving spell. You are the keeper of all of it. Please help us celebrate all of it. Help us manifest all of it. Help us review it if it needs a review in a way that helps us bring an even better spell of healing. That be the spell of healing, that be the prayer of healing, that be the prayer of liberation, and be the end of occupation. Ya Allah, please don't let us be cowards. Be gentle with us, but don't let us be cowards. Don't let any of the cowardice that lived within us live within us ever again. Bring us the challenges, bring us the truths, bring us the people that clarify us of this cowardice. We're not asking for loss, we're asking for more gain for everyone, but please don't let us be cowards. Ya Allah, please let us be more and more and more and more and more and more and more loving and able to explain how we're living to each other and to believe it and to believe it and to believe each other. No more non binary trans youth dying. No more dying because we told them that even in the most powerful empire in this world, they're not allowed to be here. Please erase and erode all of the systems, no matter how hidden or flagrant, of supremacy within us and around us, not in our circles, not in our hearts, not in our actions, not in our language, not in our name. Please, please be the decolonizing light, the corrosive love to everything that is supremacist around us, towards us, or even within us. Please protect all of us here, with clear intention, with people who genuinely love us, with people who never want to take from us without, who want to take and take and take from us, whether they're suffering more or less than us. If they, unfortunately, have adopted the demon of taking and greed, please heal it within them before letting them even approach us. And please heal the greed within us. Don't let us make any excuse for it. We are bigger than that. We are bigger than that. And you are bigger than everything. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest, as a principle within all of us, as a being that created all of us. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thank you for allowing me to do this prayer. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for everybody who is here. I'm about to head out. Um, I'm about to head out. I feel like I personally manifested a dream through this life specifically that I've been thinking about for a long time. Um, you know, the truth pills and the compassion sounds and messages. And I think we need it. Like a Mr. Rogers programming, only brown and for adults. I love you all very much. Take extremely good care of yourselves, of your circles, of who's in your corner, not just in your circle. And be in the corner of the things you believe in, not just in its circle, not just in its scene. Be in its corner and really look at who's in your corner. You deserve solid ground and you deserve to flourish and to grow. I love you all. Thank you so much for the donations. So much. Thank you for your richness and all the ways you've showed up today. I'm gonna stop being cheesy right now. Say hi to the map. Say bye to the map. To I'm trying to manage two things at the same time. Nina Simone and James Baldwin. That was a moment of like the poem I just read, or my brain, something so immediate to me. But our bodies won't be disabled anymore. It's gonna happen. I love you all. Have a good night. You are gorgeous too. I really, really, really hope you had a beautiful night, and I hope you'll continue to have a beautiful night. Thank you for staying with me. It means a lot. I'm sending you a big, 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 big thing of love your way. Good night.